It's game night from the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads,
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore,
inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
and the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving
First down
until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on Game Night.
We have entered week 2 of Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. And you know, every coach will tell you, from the biggest jump in a team's success is from week 1 to week 2. And I'm ready to jump into 4 hours of nonstop football action. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. Joining us tonight is Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us later with scoreboard updates. Will Farlow will be answering the phones for us tonight. And of course, the face that runs the place, across the table from me, the legend himself, Joe Arredondo. Joe, how are you? That's you, my man.
Wow. I feel like there's pressure on me now.
Well, I got to put you over somehow, right? But it's going to be a good day, and if you guys want to see our handsome faces here on set, check out our live stream. It is on Facebook at Lakeshore Public Media and on YouTube at Lakeshore Public Media. And then we can wave here to the camera, the little fly on the wall. And, I'm sure my wife is pretty thrilled to see me yet again. But it's going to be an exciting time. We're excited about this new format for the show. And without further ado, let's get into it. This is going to be a pretty exciting Friday of football.
You know, I think one of the things over the years that I've tried not to do is put too much into week 1.
Right.
Because you really don't learn all that much. It's one game. Improvement is coming for all the teams. You find out a lot more in week 2, I think, than you do, and even in week 3, than you do in week 1.
I tend to agree with you, and it was always a big jump for me when I was playing back in the early 2000s. When it was week 1, we always ran into Penn, and it was always a rough go-round. Week 2, we always rebounded from that and played better. And no better scenario than that in this week 2 is our Sacred Dunes game of the week. We have Valparaiso at Andrean, 2 teams that were in the Dome last year, and 2 teams that suffered pretty rough losses in the first week.
Yeah, and I think Valpo had that rough loss to Penn last year, 35-7, and last week's game was back and forth. Good things on offense, not so great on defense.
Right.
So I think that's a perfect example of not drawing a conclusion about Valpo after 1 week because they played a 6A team who's got a ton of players and who they lost to last year on their way to the state championship.
Right. There is no shame in losing to the Penn Kingsmen.
Right.
This is an elite program. Now, don't get me wrong. That's no consolation for Valparaiso. They want to go out there and win. And just like Maryville, there is no shame, or Andrean, I apologize, there is no shame in losing to Maryville, another powerhouse. So Andrean was playing out of their league a little bit too.
Without a doubt, they're doing that again tonight with, taking on Valpo. So, one of the games that I think we have to look at week 2 was Portage and Morton.
Right.
Because Portage went up and down the field on them and lost turnovers in the red zone. So are they going to rebound against Northwood tonight? And how much do we expect out of Morton tonight at Hanover?
Well, first and foremost, let's start with Portage, the team that's heartbroken from that game. They're playing Northwood. Northwood is incredibly good.
Right.
They are a very strong 4A team. A lot of people are saying it's going to be them or New Prairie representing the state in the northern half. And right now, I would lean towards Northwood. They have a lot of D1 recruits. They're a good program. How do you think Portage is going to respond? They grasped the loss from the jaws of victory. What do you have to do as a team to get over that?
I think it's going to be a major psychological hurdle. But one thing they did prove last week is that they can move the ball on offense. Right. They made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of turnovers. Those are things you can erase in 1 week. So that's going to be instrumental. Is their defense going to improve enough to compete with Hanover tonight? Right. Because Hanover's going to test them defensively. Hanover's got a stout defense.
Right.
They did lose players. I know Kuntz, I think, threw some interceptions last week. But that's going to be – we'll find out more about Morton tonight.
Right, absolutely. And look, as the sample size of who played who, that transitive property, it gets fleshed out as the season goes on. We're still early here. Hanover has been an offensive juggernaut for the better part of the last half decade. They've just been up and down the field and making sure that they're scoring all the points, running clocks in the third quarter, and making sure that it's just no doubt for most of their games. But they're going up against a team in Morton that is, they're pretty athletic. And if Hanover is throwing interceptions against Wheeler, what are they going to do against the athletes of Morton?
I think that's an interesting point to make. And I think the other thing that we've learned is I think Morton's starting a lot of non-seniors, some underclassmen. Yeah. Also, Coach Cease said after the game that Maryville's starting a lot of underclassmen. So that bodes well for both of those schools down the road.
Sure.
Psychologically, was that win for Morton enough to make them start to believe that they're better than they are? Confidence is a dangerous thing. And if you start to believe maybe you're a little more better than you are, and start to play with that type of confidence, and you can achieve some great things.
Right, and the inverse of that, momentum's a good thing
right.
as well. Their ability to come back from being dead to rights, coming back and winning that game, that's an incredible performance by them. Another game we're going to highlight today, we have the beef of the week. We've got Munster versus Griffith. That's a pretty big rivalry.
It is, and two teams coming off of difficult performances. Griffith did come back in their game, although they lost to Highland. Munster had a really crucial turnover in that game after they scored, which kind of opened the floodgates. So both teams looking for positives in a rivalry game. I think that'll be interesting tonight as well.
I think so as well. And, some games that we have here in Northwest Indiana aren't necessarily rivalry games. We have an interesting one between Chicago Taft and Crown Point. Crown Point, one of the best teams in Northwest Indiana. I don't know much about Chicago Taft.
I think that's called nobody in the region wanted to play Crown Point. I think that's probably what that game is called. And, they do it in college. They do it in high school. Do you promise a sum of money to your visitor? If they come over and play you at your house, maybe you do.
Right.
And this is an opener for Chicago Taft. We know nothing about them. We heard they're not very good. So maybe that's an opportunity for Crown Point to play a lot of folks, and they've got a big game on their schedule next week. Yeah,
that very well could be, and it'd be interesting for Crown Point to reach outside of their geographic area and hit some players that they're not familiar with and get a feel for that. Another big game today, we have Hobart at Maryville. This is another rivalry game. This game, Maryville's awfully tough, but Hobart showed some moxie last week.
They did. They had a nice win, field goal difference.
Right.
Obviously, they're up in weight class again tonight. We talked about not knowing the quality of Maryville's quarterback. He had a great showing on opening night. They're playing some young folks as well. They look like they have what could be a really good defensive front. So I think Maryville's still an unknown.
Sure.
And we'll learn more about them tonight, of course, in front of their big game with Crown Point next week.
And they can't look ahead. They got to make sure that this Hobart team is awfully talented. Year in and year out, they're fighters. They are tougher than bricks. The cliche or the pun entirely intended. They are a really tough team, and I'm not so sure that Hobart is going to win that type of game, but they're going to be able to put all the fight in they can.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Maryville and Hobart used to be a tremendous rivalry.
Right.
Now, obviously, with Maryville being so much bigger, a school,
right.
Things have changed. They've kind of handled Hobart within recent years.
Sure.
Another thing, Ben, is you can do in week 2 is play the old comparative score game.
Right.
Teams that were impressive or not impressive in week 1, you can see how they play in week 2 against maybe a different opponent. And I say that because I already see that Mishawaka has scored on Penn in the opening minutes of the game to lead the Cavemen 7-0.
There
So
you go.
we'll see how Penn responds tonight. Mishawaka is always an outstanding program as
Right.
well, so that's a big rivalry game over there.
And and it's early, of course. We
Right.
don't know how it could end up being a 50-point game. We have no idea. But
Right.
that momentum thing that we mentioned earlier, can you write it? Can you not write it? Do you need to overcome it? And a team that needs to potentially overcome some momentum that's not in their favor was Hobart's opponent last week is Chesterton. They are hosting a very talented Warsaw team tonight. That could be a tough game.
All right, tonight's what happened to the senior night being the first and second week of the season? I think Valpo's senior night was last week in their opener, and Chesterton's senior night is tonight.
Oh, it is. Huh.
That's a little wacky, don't you think?
Seems a little
Do you
bit
remember when your senior night was and what point of the season?
It was probably week 3 or so.
Do they do that to get the parents there and before the weather turns bad?
That
or-
very well could be. That way you can have grandma and grandpa come in before it starts sleeting all over the field.
Well, and homecoming's going to be coming up there in October probably as well.
Right.
So you don't have as many home games, to choose from. But I don't. What happened to the days of like the 5th and 6th week or 4th week of the season was senior night?
Well, you know what? Maybe you want to get the pomp and circumstance out of the way. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I will say this much: it's always nice to recognize your seniors. Maybe if you do it early in a game that isn't necessarily a rival or a conference game, it is. Keeps your seniors concentrated on your conference games. I'm not sure. I am not a sports psychologist nor a head coach. I am a guy that speaks relatively well on a microphone, and I stuttered as I said that, so it shows how relative that is. But it's definitely it's interesting. But I think all these teams are going to have their own approach to these sort of things.
I'm liking the lower third graphics here of the scores.
Yeah, it looks nice. It's just, kind of rotating through. We're going to have some good updates, and we're going to be able to look at that ticker. And anyone who's watching the stream online that can watch and see those updates. And we will be able to give you quick updates, but also Steve Schmidt will join us later and give us a whole everything in Northwest Indiana update. And so it's really exciting. We're doing some good things here with our radio feed here and on our social media. Another game to look out for, we've got LaPorte at Lowell. LaPorte, probably, in my opinion, the biggest upset in the state of Indiana was LaPorte, even though they're a 5A team defeating 4A New Prairie on a last-second field goal. If I was a betting line type guy, I'm not really. I would imagine that New Prairie was a 3 score favorite.
I would definitely think they were a 21-point favorite, maybe, if
Sure.
if you asked experts to try to guess on what the line was. And the young man, Jack Doty, that hit the big field goal,
right?
He's a sophomore, I was reading this week. So, somebody that's not had a lot of experience kicking on a varsity level, what came through for them.
Right.
And defensively, they were outstanding last week. And that becomes a very difficult game for Lowell tonight. Because that's another team that you want to see. Can they do it 2 weeks in a row?
Right.
Will their head not be in the clouds after having a tremendous opener at home? So that'll be big to see how LaPorte responds after. Sometimes you respond poorly to a heartbreaking game.
Sure.
Sometimes you respond poorly to a great win.
Right.
How did their rookie coach, Coach Sipple, how did he get their heads back into the game to be focused on this week? I mean, that's going to be something that, and folks got to remember, he's an interim coach.
Right. He could be coaching himself into a head coaching, a permanent job.
He took a large step, I think, in week 1.
Good for him. And something to be said here, I work in LaPorte for my day job. It's far enough for me to drive from LaPorte to here in Maryville, Indiana, to run this show. It's about an hour drive. So would it be an hour and 45 minutes to drive all the way to Lowell, or maybe an hour and a half? That is a long drive, and that can really, really wear on a team. Do you think being rusty on a school bus is going to harm this LaPorte team?
I think there's construction on 2 as well.
Yeah,
so
right.
There's not an easy way to get there, but I'm sure they had to cut over. But yeah, it is a long drive.
Sure. I always tightened up a little bit while I was on the bus. I was relaxing and just kind of, you get cramped on that, but I'm kind of a bigger guy, as you can see on the feet here. I barely fit. Oh wow, that's a Freudian slip. I barely fit into the school bus seats there, and so I was always a little bit creaky, kind of getting out of there, and had to do a little bit of extra stretching to warm up. And it's definitely something that is it's something to keep our eye on.
All righty, I think we've got our first on the field segment joining us.
We got Dr. Reed Amons with Hobart at Maryville. Dr. Reed, how are you this evening?
Oh, great, Joe. Thank you very much. This is another beautiful night for some high school football. As you guys were talking about, we'll start to figure a few things out tonight as we start to compare how teams progress from week 1 to week 2 as they start to prepare for their conference openers in most conferences next week. So very excited tonight. Should be a great matchup between the Brickies visiting over in Maryville tonight, and both teams coming off some nice wins last week. So very excited for tonight's matchup as well.
All right, Dr. Reed, this is Ben here. What does this rivalry mean, and what can we expect from the excitement standpoint here for these two teams?
Yeah, as you guys were talking about, several years ago, certainly when Hobart's winning multiple state championships, it was maybe a little bit more of a rivalry as far as who might win and so forth. But certainly, the two school corporations are adjacent to each other. A lot of kids know other kids, families know other families, and so forth. So there's certainly bragging rights on the line. Not too many schools in our area are purple. A couple purple schools playing each other. You kind of get bragging rights there as well. And
now especially with Reed, especially with Hammond High now going to Hammond Central. Yeah, that was another
exactly,
one that just wanted
with Hammond Central going to the black and silver or black and gray. Yeah, for sure. And so there's still a lot on the line. I know both teams are still working on figuring some things out, as has been noted. Maryville's a little bit on the young side this year. A few more unproven players. They're trying to get some more reps in and so forth before conference play starts up. And certainly a big win last week with Andran. And we've talked about it the last couple of years also. Maryville, they're opening part of their season, probably in the first 3 weeks of the season. There's not another school in the state that travels less total distance between, playing Andran, which is just a couple blocks down the road, Hobart, next school district over, next week Crown Point, next, also another adjacent school district. So they get rivalry games in, those natural rivalries just from location early in the season, which is very nice to do. It kind of gets you ready for that conference play that you'll be seeing coming up next week. And certainly means a lot to, coaching staffs. They learn a lot. Players with bragging rights with their friends and their neighbors that are right around in the same communities. And so certainly a lot to play for tonight on both sides.
Reed, you mentioned last week that one of the D linemen was out in street clothes for Maryville. Have you seen him dressed, or is he going to be out again tonight?
I haven't seen for sure. I did see him earlier today. Had his jersey top on at school today. And he seemed to be moving pretty well. It's not like he was in a boot or crutches or anything like that. He was moving pretty well and seemed in pretty good spirits. So we'll see if he suits up tonight. I should be able to tell you if Maryville's in full force tonight in that first call and update of the night.
All right, Dr. Reed, thank you for the updates. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this night goes on. You got a good one there.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it, and good luck to all those teams out there tonight as they continue in week 2 here, high school football in Northwest Indiana.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We're going to go from one of the best in the business to another one of the best in the business. We've got Gary Graben, who has our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Valparaiso at Andran. Gary, how's the weather out there?
It's a little humid, but I would say definitely after the last 2 days, we'll take this. The coaches both talked to me a little bit about their practice schemes because everybody's doing a little something different. I mean, I know Lowell was indoor practicing, Hanover was outdoor. Valpo rearranged times so they could be outdoor. So everybody did something different this week. In the end, we'll have to see maybe at the end of the night what really worked for teams. But really looking forward to this matchup between two of my favorite coaches to deal with because they are absolutely tremendous with us at the Lakeshore.
two teams that are coming off difficult losses. I think from a different standpoint for Valpo, they probably thought it was definitely a winnable game against Penn, and their offense for two-thirds of the game played pretty well. The defense kind of got dominated in the second half. So it's going to be more interesting to see how Valparaiso's defense responds tonight than maybe their offense, which looked pretty good last week.
Well, we'll start with the Vikings. That's a good point there, Joe. Coach Marshall actually brought up to me a couple of things. First of all, they were in control of that game, and then he says their technique went away in the second half. So though he respects Penn, he still believes that their technique was what brought them down. So it was a week of attention to detail at practice. When I told him congratulations for the state championship, he said, "Thank you, but please refer to us as the 0-1 Vikings." Because that, and I said, "Coach, that's a great line." I said, "Can I use it with the guys?" And he said, "Please do." He indicated that it was actually a week from the summer and into this first week. That you got to get teams that have that kind of success. You still have to get their attention, and maybe as the season goes on, we're going to see that Penn team helped Valpo regain their attention to detail.
Did he think that it was fatigue, or did he say what was the cause for lacking fundamentals in the second half?
He did not say. He did not. He said more just the mental focus went away. Whether they thought at the half they were already in a good position, but he just was not happy. He did not blame fatigue or anything else. He just blamed it, I think, mentally, that they were not focused in the second half like they were on the first half.
Hey, Gary, speaking of focus, this is another week where Andrean is fighting out of their weight class. What did they need to focus on and able to make this a good game?
Well, first of all, it's filling all the holes from last year, and unfortunately, they lost one of their offensive linemen for the season in week one, of their seniors, with a torn ACL. So they're already, unfortunately, down a man. One of the things Coach Skinner just told me was they are going to put more and expect more from Scott Ballantyne. He is their best player, and he said, we are going to do more with him. They threw the ball 43 times last week, and I asked him, I said, Valpo is going to be a similar size type team, and he said, you may see the ball a lot in the air again tonight because it's just too hard with the inexperienced line for them to be able to run. J.J. Bowles is going to come through later this season as a great running back, but right now with the inexperienced line, he's really struggling to get openings. So the focus here is on Scott Ballantyne using his smarts, his leadership, and his abilities here to make a difference for Andrean. They are clearly, we wish this game would have happened last year, when Andrean was a loaded team. This is a tough matchup this year. I should tell you, this is only a 2-year contract, and then Andrean is actually picking up Bishop Lures from Fort Wayne for 2 years. So this is just a 2-year thing. Coach Marshall for Valpo did not know yet who they're going to pick up. So this is just a home-and-home series that will be done next year. But unfortunately, like I said, for Andrean, they really are not only down some players, but down some experience this year also.
Well, obviously, defensively, in the second half last week, they were exposed a little bit. Once Maryville stopped, committing penalties, it seemed like they were able to move the ball much better against Andrean. Were they concerned about their defense as well after week one?
It seemed like his focus in talking to me now was certainly more on the offense. Again, I think they have holes to fill. That Bowen guy who was here last year, covered a lot of holes on defense. So I think there's certainly holes on both sides of the ball, but I think trying to get the offense going because they really didn't do much against Maryville. And even though they threw 43 times, the incomparable Reed Amons told me almost all of those passes were shorter than 10 yards. So it's really just using the passing game as a running game.
So where do you see this game going today, Gary?
Well, Valpo is a clear favorite, and I would, beyond clear, they're a heavy favorite. This is one of those games where for Andrean to be in it, Valpo's going to have to help them out. They're going to have to make maybe some pick-six opportunities for Andrean, things that they're going to be able to score fast, short field stuff. That's really the biggest hope for Andrean. Is some Valpo mistakes, because if they both play a clean game, it's still heavy Valpo tonight.
Does it appear that Andrean is still trying to build some depth on their roster, and they have been loaded in the last couple of years, returning some high quality talent. Does it appear that they're trying to find some depth pieces and some players here in the first couple of weeks of the season?
Well, Coach Skinner told me they definitely are. The idea here at the start of the season is to learn about each one of the players. Some of these guys are going to be playing both ways. Some won't. Some will shine only one way. So I think, again, we know Coach Skinner doesn't care about the regular season record. He always is pointing. I joke with him, when is he going to schedule Cathedral? Because he'll play anybody else here that he doesn't care about punching up to a different weight class. So it is to find out which players are going to be able to fill certain spots. And even as well as you can do things in the summer and into practice, sometimes until you see a different color jersey across, you don't really know how those guys are going to respond. So I think they're still moving the pieces around the board, trying to get their best lineup on the field. And it might mean some guys aren't playing their best position, but if it allows other players to get on the field, so be it. Because Andrean's a little bit thin this year, so they need to use their players in the right spots for having any success this year.
Well, that's tough to do the first 2 weeks of the season.
It sure is, figuring your
with their
stuff out.
schedule
Right.
to have.
Against good opponents. So, all right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate your updates here for us, and we're looking forward to hearing more from you as the day continues.
Again, both coaches agreed, so for some reason, they agreed to come talk to you guys after the game.
Oh, wow.
And I talked with Coach Marshall. I said, if it goes Valpo's way, how about some players? So expect some players if Valpo wins tonight also.
Sounds good to me. Thank you very much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing from you.
All right, boys. Thank you.
All right. So with that being said, we're off and running here on week 2. This is going to be a quick break that we're going to take here on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Week 2 of high school football is here. So let's see where everybody's at tonight in week 2. Starting off this Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update, we have a 6:30 kick between Warsaw and Chesterton. Last week, Warsaw defeated Michigan City 17-13, and Chesterton fell to Hobart 16-13. Warsaw has won 3 of the 4 meetings. 7 o'clock kickoff here is Chicago Taft traveling to Crown Point. This is the first game of the season for Chicago Taft. They were 7-7 last season. Crown Point comes in off a dominant win over Lowell last week, 42-7, and this will be the first meeting between the two schools. Another 7 o'clock kickoff here is Providence Catholic at Lake Central. Last season for Providence Catholic, as they enter on their first game of the season, they were 9-5 and finished runner-up in the Illinois 4A class. Lake Central last week took down their rival Munster 46-14. The two teams played last season, and it was a classic game, with Providence Catholic winning the game in overtime 16-14. 6:30 kick here is Northwood at Portage. Last week, Northwood defeated Jimtown 42-22. And Portage lost a heartbreaker to Morton 32-23. This will be the first time these schools play in football. Next one here is 7 o'clock kick at Hobart at Maryville. Hobart took down Chesterton 16-13 last week, and Maryville defeated Andrean 40-13. Andrean has a record, or Maryville has a record of 11-7 in the series. 6:30 kick here at Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. Last week, Michigan City fell to Warsaw 17-13, and Lafayette Jeff fell to Cathedral 55-14. 7 o'clock kick here is LaPorte at Lowell. Last week, LaPorte pulled off the upset over New Prairie 20-18 behind a Jack Doty game-winning field goal, and Lowell fell to Crown Point 42-7. Moving on here to the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. Last week, Valpo fell to Penn 38-21, and Andrean lost the battle for Broadway to Maryville 40-13. This will be the first meeting between the two schools in football. A couple 7 o'clock kicks here now with Morton at Hanover Central. Last week, Morton pulled off an impressive fourth quarter comeback against Portage 32-23, and Hanover Central defeated Wheeler 40-17. Hanover Central won the meeting last season 37-0. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley here. Wheeler fell to Hanover Central 40-17, and KV dropped a tough one to Rensselaer 28-27. KV has won the last 4 meetings against Wheeler. The beef of the week this week is a 7 o'clock kick with Munster at Griffith. Munster fell to rival Lake Central 46-14 last week, where Griffith also fell to Highland 27-23. Munster was victorious in last year's meeting 34-14. Highland at Whiting. Last week, Highland took down Griffith 27-23, and Whiting defeated Osceola Grace 46-27. Last year's meeting went into overtime, and Highland was victorious 12-6. River Forest travels to Calumet, as last week River Forest shut out East Chicago Central 42-0, and Calumet fell to Plymouth 27-8. Calumet has a 15-8 record in the series. 6:30 kick here with Boone Grove at South Bend Clay. Last week, Boone Grove couldn't hold off a late surge to John Glenn, losing in that one 43-26, and South Bend Clay fell to Bishop Knoll 30-18, and they enter on a 29-game losing streak. Additional games we're keeping track of here tonight on game night is Lake Station at West Central, Culver Community at South Central, Rensselaer at North Newton, and Bowman at IC Catholic Prep. We do have 3 Saturday games that are going to be kicking off tomorrow. Osceola Grace at Bishop Knoll, West Side at East Chicago Central, and TF South at Hammond Central. We got an entertaining night of football here on Game Night. You're not going to want to miss a beat, and we'll catch you on the flip side of this break.
Lakeshore Public Media's brand new radio antenna has been installed, and we could use your help to learn how the signal is performing in your neck of the woods. Please take a moment and visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to let us know.
From Muddy Waters to Toronto Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
If you've been online lately, you may be familiar with all the new girl trends. We've got hot girl walks, girl dinner, rat girl summer. But what about the vanilla girl?
Vanilla girl for me is one I'm like, everything is literally white. To me, it's a sunken place aesthetic.
We're talking beauty trends. Next time on the It's Been a Minute podcast from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Across Northwest Indiana, stories are told, shared, and sought after. Tune in to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM to hear these stories about Northwest Indiana and your community. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And she said, "Guria, you sound hungry. I think what you need to do is eat more on your fast." And I was like, that was an option? We could have been doing this?
Join us for more true stories told live. This week, stories where food is the star. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Farai Chidea. This week on Our Body Politic, fires in Maui and the roots of climate change with Heatmap's Neil Danesha.
If you look around the country, the fingerprints of colonialism are evident throughout all kinds of climate disasters. I mean, in Hawaii, these plants were introduced on plantations.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski and Joe Arredondo back on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube. And even though Wayne Svetanoff is on sabbatical this week, he's got a week off, we have a special segment called Wayne's World.
I think Wayne's World, Wayne's World, party time, excellent. This last week? Did we play that last week?
No, we didn't play that last week, actually. He was here, but we didn't have. Wayne was here last week. We did not play that, but we did not have Wayne's top 10 list and little 5 list. So that's the Wayne's World segment here. So we can, since Wayne's not present and he's not within arm's distance of us, we can actually critique his top 10 and little 5.
Well, it's better this week.
He did a good job.
I smacked him around last week because he had, I think he had Maryville 5th, and he had Andrean and Hobart ahead of Maryville.
Well, let's go ahead and start here with the little 5. So Joe, we've got number 5. What do you think about number 5 here?
Well, I think Knox is better than Rensselaer, and he's got Knox second and Rensselaer first.
But for number 5, we got Bishop Knoll.
Yeah,
right.
And they're playing tomorrow in Indianapolis.
Be interesting to see how they expand. They did win a game.
Yeah, so Osceola Grace is a decent opponent for a small school.
And at number 4, we got River Forest. They're 1-0. They're looking good so far.
Yeah, Knox is 3A too, so they probably should not be in this poll. River Forest does look good for a small school. I definitely think that there's somebody that could stay or move up in the Little 5.
We've got West Central at number 3. They're at 1-0 on the season.
Yep. Knox at number 2. Again, they're 3A. They had a big win last week, so they probably should be in the big boy poll and not in the Little 5 if they would get to that level.
Yeah, if they and they're going to keep winning some games, so they're going to have a shot at getting into the big poll here. And of course, you got number 1. You got Rensselaer.
And everyone's wondering where North Judson is. Well, North Judson's number 10 in the top 10.
Yeah, North Judson's really tough. And, they're getting back into those heyday years of, 10, 15 years ago where they were really good.
I've seen some people pick them to go very deep this year. And they went deep last year.
Right.
I think they lost in the semi-state to Adams Central, who lost in the state finals to Lutheran. But, North Judson went deep last year. We're very impressive.
Right. Number 9, a team that is reloading this year, and we're going to see how they fared this week, but is Lowell at 0-1 on the season, but it's still a pretty tough team.
Yes, and number 8, sometimes you're wondering, if you're the football coach, you're wondering what the athletic director's doing. And Michigan City's football coach, Corey French, he started out with a couple of difficult games in his first year with the Warsaw and then heading to Lafayette Jeff.
Right, that's tough.
That's difficult.
Right, so that's Michigan City at number 8. At number 7, we have Andrean at 0-1.
Number 6 is Chesterton. They lost a heartbreaker last week to Hobart. We'll see how they bounce back tonight. I think their defense was very solid last week. We'll see how they do this evening, though.
And number 5, we have LaPorte, one of the biggest upsets in the entire state of Indiana last week. So they're doing pretty good to start their season.
Hanover Central, number 4. Wayne's not buying the Morton. Any Morton love?
No Morton love from Wayne so far, but they can earn it. They can earn it.
Or Lake Central. Wayne used to work at Lake Central for
That's
quite
true.
a few years.
That's true.
No Lake Central in the top 10.
That's true. So so that'll be interesting because they're pretty tough themselves. At number 3, they have Hobart at 1-0, and Hobart just took down Chesterton, the number 6 team.
Number 2 is Maryville, up from 5. I think where they should be. Crown Point, Maryville should be 1-2 probably, and that's where they're at right now.
Yeah, we got Crown Point at number 1. So to recap the top 10, according to Wayne Svetanoff, because I'm going to have a little bit of a concern here.
Yeah, he banished Valparaiso.
So it was number 10, North Judson, number 9, Lowell, number 8, Michigan City, number 7, Andrean, number 6, Chesterton, number 5, LaPorte, number 4, Hanover Central, number 3, Hobart, number 2, Maryville, and number 1, Crown Point, and the defending 5A state champions who lost to a very powerful 6A team in week 1 is not ranked in Wayne's top 10s. Hopefully that's a clerical error and not his actual thoughts, but he's not here to defend himself, so I think I had the opportunity to point that out.
So if you're listening on Facebook or if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and make a comment.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. As a Valparaiso Viking myself, leave the comments down below, and make sure that we point out the fact that the Valparaiso Vikings, the most acclaimed team in Northwest Indiana at this point, at least for championship gold, is no longer in Wayne's top 10. So we'll see how that goes, but. So we've gone over some of the scores to look out for, but I wanted to talk about some of these games that kind of just got mentioned by Steve Schmidt here in our scoreboard update. We've got River Forest at Calumet. You got our Silver Brothers covering this game here tonight.
Yes, I think we're going to see how Calumet bounces back after losing to Plymouth. We're going to see if River Forest can sustain some momentum from their big opening night win. I think in part of this segment, since Wayne isn't here, maybe we should just go through and look at a potential what would be considered upset tonight.
Okay, yeah, let's look at a potential upset here tonight. What has really caught my eye right now, I think Morton and Hanover Central could be a lot closer than people are giving it credit for.
Yeah, I still think Hanover's a 14-point favorite. I do. Do you think it's going to be closer than that?
It very well could be. And here's why. Hanover showed a little bit of vulnerability in week 1. Morton is better than Wheeler. And so I'm using that as my stepping stone. And you never know with the athletic ability of Morton, and they're kind of rounding into shape here and getting their feet underneath them as a program over the last few years. I think that could be a tough game. What do you think, Joe?
I still like Hanover, I think, by 2 touchdowns. I'm wondering, I don't. The Lowell LaPorte game is one of those that I'm still scratching my head about. LaPorte, very impressive. It was a home game. It was a rivalry game. Lowell played a 6A juggernaut, so that really wasn't an indication on how good they are. So this one is going to be one that I think at home you would think Lowell's favored.
Right.
LaPorte has shown they've got an outstanding field goal kicker. It might be a low-scoring game.
I would imagine it would be with the way the Red Devils control that ball. So the clock's going to run a little bit there. And
my upset would be, I think I'm going to pick Lake Central to win tonight.
Oh, Lake Central. Wait, where's my notes here? Who does Lake Central have today?
Providence Catholic.
Oh, Providence Catholic. Lake Central's really good. Their running back is an Iowa commit.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker last year, too. Yeah. They lost to Providence Catholic.
Right. So, yeah, I think that game could be rather exciting. And what's interesting about this week is we do have some matchups that Joe and I, as so-called experts, it's going to be hard for us to pick because these are teams that we don't have an opportunity to cover. So new faces here in Northwest Indiana or vice versa. And it's going to be very exciting to see how these games pan out.
I think so because week 2, you really still don't know a lot. You don't know a lot after week 1. You can't put too much into week 1, Week 2, we would learn a lot more, and then week 3, when conference play starts, it'll be much more. Is there going to be some close games out there that surprise us tonight? I think there's a chance. There was last week. I think, folks were surprised by Highland's victory.
Right.
Obviously, Morton's victory over their former coach, Roy Richards. So there'll be some surprises tonight that maybe we didn't see coming that happened this evening. We'll see. I mean, a lot of these teams from Northwest Indiana are playing schools from out of the region, so we don't know a lot. Although Warsaw survived that trip to Michigan City, so maybe Chesterton, even though they're without their running back tonight, maybe Chesterton could get a victory tonight.
Right, exactly. Warsaw is a solid program, and they've made some marches downstate into the regionals, and I think even semi-state. So they could be a good program.
They were really good last year.
Yeah, they were.
I think they've lost some players, which leads you to think that possibly Chesterton's got a chance tonight. But they were really good last year, and we'll see. Michigan City played awfully well defensively to stay in that game last week.
Sure.
And going to be interested to see how Michigan City plays at Lafayette Jeff as well.
That's another long bus ride. That hour and a half drive down to Lafayette Jeff. It's a beautiful area down there. A lot of Purdue influence because they're right there in town, and that could be a very interesting game. Michigan City, there are a lot of good athletes on that team, and we'll see how they can respond here in a long away game with a long travel.
Well, we mentioned Xavier Williams, committed to Iowa, the outstanding Lake Central running back. He was one of the top players of the first week of the season with 132 yards and 3 TDs. Who else?
I like to Adam Silver, quarterback for River Forest. He had 3 touchdowns versus Chicago Central. Anytime you're getting into those multiple touchdown ranges, that's really impressive.
We talked about Valparaiso's offense played well. Justin Clark, their quarterback, 3 touchdowns, 171 total yards. They went seesaw for a while there.
About 3 quarters, it was pretty close.
Yeah, until the defense kind of let them down in the later part of the fourth quarter. Dante Pope, the quarterback from Maryville, he had a great opening night.
He was a bit of a question mark coming into this
I think
season.
so. He had no experience.
No experience. We didn't know much about him, but he's obviously a very talented quarterback. He had 2 touchdowns thrown, 291 total yards versus Andrean. Now, okay, so Andrean is playing up a weight class a little bit, but it's still against Andrean. This is still a team that was playing in the state championship game last year. So really impressive debut by Dante Pope there.
Yeah, you look at all these quarterbacks that had great nights. They were coming back as returning starters. Dante Pope was not. Tyler Bush was. He had a couple of TDs versus Warsaw, the Michigan City quarterback. So he was the beneficiary. Jaden Hart, their running back, committed to Syracuse. Defenses might be focusing on him.
Sure.
And then allowing, Tyler Bush to throw the ball more.
Yeah, anytime you have a Division I athlete, high-level Division I, that's going to garner a lot of attention. And when you have someone to complement that is an excellent position to be for your football team. So that's really good for Michigan City right now.
Mark Rowland, the quarterback from Boone, they were off to a great start, led most of the night.
I know our vice president of radio is pretty thrilled about that. He's dancing here off screen. He is our resident Boone Grove fan, and he's pretty thrilled that Boone Grove's off and running here.
Yeah, they had a heartbreaking loss as well.
Right.
And they're playing South Bend Clay. Obviously, they're not playing any home games here at the beginning of the season until their field is finished, and then they'll have their home opener at their new stadium. So they're on the road again against South Bend Clay, a very winnable game.
Sure.
Lost the heartbreaker as Glenn came back last week to win in the end. Mark Rowland, one of those returning quarterbacks that has a lot of experience and played awfully well in week 1.
So from a team that kind of had a rough game in the first week to a team that had a really good, victorious week in the first week, Jaden Rivers, running back for Bishop Knowles, he had 2 touchdowns against Clay.
Yeah, I think he's a sophomore, and they're having big expectations for him. He, had a great opener against Clay, I think this is the last year for Clay as a school, as a football program. And, again, the Osceola Grace, I think Noel played them last year, and I think they lost that game. So it's going to be a little bit of a revenge game, based on Bishop Noel's size and the recent history of their program. That's a good opponent for them tomorrow in Indianapolis. So that's going to be a winnable game or a barometer game type of game to see how they stack up tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Against Osceola Grace.
There's a recognizable name here in Northwest Indiana, Johnny Sorensen, quarterback for Hobart. He played really well last week.
He did. The transfer from Lake Central did play well. They didn't score a lot of points. They got the big field goal to win 16-13. Obviously, they lost their star running back. So Hobart offensively may be still searching. That's not a good recipe for tonight.
Right.
If they're still searching for some offense. But they should have, a solid quarterback situation despite having Noah Ehrlich transfer to Crown Point.
Yep, absolutely.
So Johnny Sorensen's somebody that should be solid for them all year.
Oh, absolutely. He's a good ball player. He's proven that over the last few years, and it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in there at Hobart. So now we have to give a little bit of love to our special teams, because you had mentioned last week the kicking unit, the special teams unit, that is the most dangerous, or one of the most dangerous weapons you can have in Northwest Indiana. And we had probably the biggest kick of the year so far in Jack Doty at LaPorte.
Yeah, Hobart's field goal kicker made a big field goal last week, but Jack Doty, I think, had a couple. And the crucial one to win the game in the closing seconds for a sophomore. I don't know if he is a soccer player or not, but he was outstanding last week with a clutch kick to win the game and the huge upset for LaPorte over New Prairie.
And absolutely, that clutch type of kick is incredible. I personally do not have the courage to be able to make a kick like that, or really the physical ability. My leg doesn't go up that high to kick anything, but it's really tough to be in that position with the whole northern half of Indiana waiting to see, does the kick go in, does it not? So that is an excellent situation for Jack Doty for a game-winning field goal. And then we've got Jason Lawrence, who's a running back kicker. Johnny do everything for Highland. He did hit a field goal against Griffith last week as well. So there's a whole list of folks here. And Joe and I, we've been doing a little bit of talking the last couple days, and we have a new segment this year. It is the Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. And we were thinking, looking at some of these names, who would be a breakout performer, someone who really carried their team to victory. And we came up with another name, Joe.
Yeah, I think our first inaugural Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week is going to go to Rensselaer's Diego Hernandez-Reyes, who had 146 yards and 3 TDs as Rensselaer stormed back from trailing most of the game to upset-minded KV, stormed back to win over the Cougars with a K.
Right. It was a 28-27 game. That is as close as it gets, and that's a rivalry game. And if you have 3 touchdowns in a 28-27 game, you were a very important player to that. So congratulations, Diego Hernandez-Reyes, the inaugural Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. We've got a little bit of feedback here. I don't know where that came from.
Sorry, that was Steve trying to cut in on the show.
Okay, I see that, Steve. No, just kidding there. No, that's very much an excellent situation for Diego Hernandez-Reyes. And we have on the call here, we've got Russell Broadaker.
Early start.
An early start here of this game. It's at the end of the first quarter. Russell, what's going on there? Warsaw at Chesterton.
Howdy, guys. So not a really exciting first quarter. Just came to a close, and it is 0-0 still. Trojans have been putting up quite a fight on defense, so I think that's been shining out tonight. And then, honestly, there's just been a lot of hard-nosed football coming from Warsaw. They're running the single-back run option. Quarterback's been taking it up the field quite a bit, but honestly, no huge gains, no huge plays to report on.
So, Russell, Chesterton's defense is handling that option pretty well?
Yeah, it even judged by their pregame, they seem to have a pretty good read on it. Their practice team was out there. They seem pretty familiar with it. Everyone's pretty much hitting their responsibilities. You know, you have their middle linebackers keeping their eye on the quarterback, and you got their DNs just holding outside contain. So they're kind of making them forced to run up the middle, which, I mean, Warsaw's offensive line is putting up a heck of a fight, but they're lucky to get maybe 4 yards of the carry.
Oh, wow.
With a couple breakouts for like 10 to 12 yards.
Russell, Chesterton struggled a little offensively last week and played really good defensively. Were they able to? So they have not been able to run the ball with McCormick early in the game.
You know, I've seen more pass options than anything, and a lot of incomplete passes are coming out, and plus quite a few sacks. I mean, they had 2 series here where it was basically a 3-and-out, forced to punt, purely based off the Warsaw's defensive line breaking through and pressuring the quarterback, resulting in either a sack or an incomplete pass. So I'm interested to see once they start picking up on that run with McCormick, but so far nothing yet.
Wow. Okay. Well, it could be a defensive night. I think prediction-wise, that probably was the way to go. It could be a defensive night. Points are going to be at a premium, and defensively, you got to get whoever scores the first touchdown. It might be big.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, just while on this phone call, we've already had like a turnover on downs. So now Trojans have the ball on their opposing 23. So we'll see what they're doing. Again, they're out of gun. They're looking to be running a spread offense. So he's got the options. He's got his specialties players out on the wing. But right now they're running it up the gut, stuff, maybe a 2-yard run. So
Russell, our audience does not know that you are a former Slicer football player. Anything you heard this week after the huge victory for Laporte?
I got to tell you, it was awesome to hear that Laporte got the jug back. I mean, we haven't had that over at Kiwanis for quite some time, and I think that's a true testament of what Effel's trying to do with the program. I mean, he's always had a love for the town and a definite love for the program, and I think that the team's really rallied behind him, showed out against some state competitors. So it's really awesome to see. I'm excited to hear what happens for the rest of the season.
All right.
Thanks, Russell. We appreciate it. One more time, the update from Warsaw at Cheston. What is the time and score?
It is 0-0 with 10:20 left in the second quarter.
All right. Thanks, Russell. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the day goes on.
Well, mistakes.
Guys. Talk to you later.
All right, Russell, great job. Mistakes could be very important in that
Absolutely.
game. If both teams play conservative and both teams play very good defensively, it could be a turnover that decides that.
Right. You can't be leaving points on the field when your offense isn't scoring a ton, right?
Right.
And anytime you have a turnover deep into territory, that's a problem. And you got to make sure that you take care of what you need to take care of. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
Listener support is the most important share of funding for all of your favorite programs here at Lakeshore Public Media. But listener support does something even more important. Listener support creates editorial independence, and that independence matters as much as it ever has, maybe even more. Your financial support does too. Please donate now at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give or by calling 877-910-8989.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Hey, Lakeshore Game Night, Steve Schmidt here. As the games are getting rolling here in week 2 of the high school football season, we have 2 scores that have rolled in here to the studio, so let's see what's going on out there. The first one is Warsaw at Chesterton. You just heard this one from Russell. At the end of the first quarter, we have no score. And in Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff, that one's in the first quarter also. Lafayette Jeff has a 7-0 lead. We got an exciting night of football ahead as the 7 o'clock kicks are getting started now. You're not going to want to miss a beat here on Lakeshore Game Night. Ben and Joe, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Joe Arredondo. This is the time of night where most of our action starts taking off. So, Joe, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, I'm looking forward to that LaPorte-Lowell game.
Sure.
And you said in the break that we were looking at all these scores coming out on Twitter, and New Prairie is struggling with Goshen really in that game, 7-7. So that you go and play that comparative score game, and you're wondering, is LaPorte that good that early, or is New Prairie struggling for some reason? And we don't know a lot of the things that go on in a lot of these programs.
Exactly.
So you don't know. I do know that Boone Grove was leading 3-0 and has just scored a touchdown in their game at South Bend Clay. So Boone Grove, which we thought would, should have an easy time, lost a heartbreaker last week. Looked like offensively they were doing really well, and their defense might have got tired down the stretch last week. So Boone Grove is off to another good start tonight.
I'm really thrilled for the Boone Grove program, by the way.
They had a couple of lean years after a great start to their program. And I think it shouldn't be a surprise if they bounce back this year and have another good year.
There's a lot of talent there. They're trying to figure themselves out and get their feet underneath them. And what I'm even more excited about is, A, a lot of my best friends went to Boone Grove, but B, they're getting a brand new athletic complex there that's going to encompass their soccer, football field, and track complex. And it's going to be really nice for them, and hopefully in a couple weeks that'll be up and ready to go so they can play some home games.
Yeah, Steve is just letting us know that Michigan City has tied the game at Lafayette Jeff at 7. You would think that we'd get a call from Crown Point soon.
You would imagine, right?
If they're a heavy favorite over Chicago Taft. Some few off the field things going on. I know, a lot of region football folks might be familiar with the fact that when Coach Bazia moved across the state line home with Flossmoor, that he struggled for a few years there with leukemia. They're raising money for leukemia tonight at the Crown Point game against Chicago Taft.
Right. Yeah.
One of the other things going on tonight is Highlands playing at Whiting, and longtime Whiting coach, the winningest coach in their history, Jeff Kane, is being honored at halftime. He went in the Indiana High School Football Coaches Association Hall of Fame last May, and they're honoring him tonight. He did such a great job, took his team to the state finals, and legendary coach of Whiting, so he's getting honored tonight.
Right, and well-deserved.
Definitely.
For the longest time, one of the stalwarts here in Northwest Indiana, and to be inducted into a Hall of Fame like that is just an incredible honor.
No doubt, and very worthy of it. Yeah,
for sure. And, this is going to be an interesting night in regards to how this momentum of all these teams is going to continue to go.
Yeah.
And I'm actually keeping my eye on some of these games that maybe not getting a ton of the attention. We've already talked about Boone Grove and South Bend Clay. Boone Grove is a program that is right there teetering on the cusp. They can really do some damage here going forward.
I think this has the potential to be a bounce-back year for them.
Right.
I mean, they had a great class of football players that went through there right when they started football.
Right.
They've, at a small school, you'll see it in football and basketball. You have a good group, and then they graduate, and then you got to rebuild a little bit.
Right.
We've seen that happen at Whiting. We've seen that happen at Boone Grove. Boone Grove, 11-0. They lead Clay right now.
Excellent.
With 3:38 left in the first quarter. That was a 6:30 kick in South Bend.
So one thing I wanted to highlight here, one game that is kind of a bounce-back game for two programs that have had some success recently. We've got Wheeler traveling to Kankakee Valley. Kankakee Valley lost a heartbreaker last week. Wheeler struggled, but against a very good Hanover team. What is a measure of success for each of these programs this week?
Well, I think KV needs a win.
Sure.
Obviously they were impressive against Rensselaer last week. I think Wheeler, they need to compete and make it a fourth quarter game. I think that would be, there needs to be growth there. Nick Testa, former coach at Clark, Great Lakes Central wide receiver, back as a head coach at Wheeler, new program. They did some good things last week against a heavily favored Hanover Central team. So I think there's probably two different things going on there in terms of two sets of expectations.
So we are freshly just past kickoffs here on the 7 o'clock games, and we already have an update from Ryan Sosnowski. He is covering our beef of the week. That is Munster at Griffith. Ryan, how's it going out there?
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going? So I have to say, what a beautiful evening here at the Boneyard.
All right.
Definitely Griffith football. They're definitely trying to restore the roar here. Great job by the athletic department with food spreads, everything like that. But one thing really stuck out on that menu, mini beef tacos, which brings me to my point here. Tonight we have our beef of the week between the Griffith Panthers and the Munster Mustangs. The game has just started here, and Munster definitely, just to give you a little, touch base a little bit here, Munster is definitely, it has a huge chip on their shoulder here, because this is probably one of the last games before conference play, I believe, starts up. And you know that NCC conference is no joke. Last year, last year Munster pulled off the upset over Griffith with a 34-14 win, and I could definitely see Griffith trying to run the ball here a lot and trying to definitely run it right down the middle in between the tackles as they did versus Highland.
Well, I think the first question, Ryan, as you start that way, is were they hard shell or soft shell? That was the first question probably that came to mind.
Well, they're mini tacos, so definitely hard shell.
Okay, well they should be,
but still beefy, just like this matchup today.
I think that was good. I think it's good all the way around, really.
Yeah, no, definitely perfect. Definitely fit the mood today here as Griffith rushed the ball, basically 3 up, 3 down, and they punted the ball, and it'll be a touchback here for the Munster Mustangs.
Right. How's the enthusiasm level, Ryan, with Coach Mason's first home game?
Well, I will tell you, the players were amped up coming out of their inflatable Panther tunnel today.
All right.
They were ready. They're ready to go. This is their first home game of the year. Good-sized student section here cheering them on as Munster gets on the field here for offense.
All right, Ryan, we're going to go ahead. We've got a full board here. We're going to go ahead and let you go. One more time, what is the score and time update?
So Munster has the ball. We are in the first quarter with 9 minutes and 42 seconds going left in the first, as Munster just rushes for 10 yards.
All right, so what was the score there, Ryan?
0-0.
0-0. All right, thanks, Ryan. We appreciate the updates. We're going to go from Ryan Sosnowski to Ethan Silver with River Forest at Calumet. Ethan, what's going on out there?
Yeah, both teams definitely came out to play today. River Forest won the coin toss, and they decided to receive it. And they're just entered the red zone right now. They're 15 yards from the red zone. But everyone's just flying around.
So what is the feel of the game right now?
It feels like they're both going head-to-head so far. They both want this win.
Did you get the feeling that they're expecting a much more difficult game tonight? River Forest is expecting a much more difficult game tonight against the Calumet team that lost their opener?
Yeah, that's more, yeah. I feel like both teams are when it comes to that.
Ethan, what do you think is some of the keys to this game?
I think just not getting tired, really. It looks like Calumet's line kind of was already getting out of breath.
Okay.
It's only been almost 4 minutes in the first quarter. And
really?
Just, yeah.
Well, all right, Ethan, we're going to let you go. Give us a call when some scores happen. Again, one more time, what is the time and score of this game?
It's 0-0 with 8 minutes and 25 seconds left.
0-0 with 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go in the first quarter.
River Forest is on the 10-yard line.
River Forest looking to threaten here a little bit. So, all right, thank you, Ethan. We appreciate the help. Give us a call when the score moves a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, so we're going to go from Ethan Silver to Dr. Reed Amons with Hobart and Maryville. Dr. Reed, how are things going out there?
Very good so far, Ben. We got first drive of the game. Maryville, actually Hobart deferred the coin toss, and Maryville elected to be on offense first. So we're in the opening drive. Maryville's really run the ball quite a bit here so far. A lot of Aquarius Johnson, the sophomore running back for the Pirates, has carried the ball about 6 times, I'd say, for about 40 yards around the opening drive. Maryville's inside the Hobart 20, they're down to the Hobart 26-yard line. There's just a little bit more than 8 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville looking very impressive here on their opening drive of the night.
Reed, we've heard from you in the pregame and Coach Cease after the game about all the underclassmen that are starting for Maryville. Have these underclassmen beat out some seniors, or is that where the numbers are in the Maryville program?
That's where the numbers are in the Maryville program. It's not a very big senior class as far as football players go. They did get, and I know you guys asked about this in the on the field segment, but Roshan McGee, one of the senior defensive linemen, is back tonight. He was dressed out for the coin toss. We haven't seen the Pirates on defense yet, so I'm assuming he'll be going out. Last week he was in street clothes. This week in full pads and warming up with the team, so I'm assuming he'll be playing tonight. But yeah, a lot of underclassmen throughout the program, and here we have a nice run again by Jaquarius Johnson. He's got the Pirates down inside the 10-yard line here. Pirates will be looking at a 1st and goal from the 9-yard line here in the opening quarter.
Well, offensive line has come out and playing like they did in the second half. We talked about the penalties last week that were the biggest thing that nullified Maryville offensively in the first half. In the second half, they cleaned up the penalties and were able to move the ball.
Yeah, and we've only had 2 pass attempts so far by Dante Pope. He throwing with the wind. There's a little bit of a breeze tonight. Throwing with the wind on the opening drive, second play of the game, threw about a 50-yard pass.
Oh wow!
About 10 yards too far for John Peters, who was open. Would have been a touchdown score. Probably would have walked in had he been able to complete it. But a couple plays later, was able to make a nice connection with I believe it was with John Peters again. And there was about a 25-yard pass play that there was a holding down the field, which ended up being about a net 15 yards, but certainly a pretty nice play. Those have been the only 2 passes. And Jaquarius Johnson does run it in from just a yard out here to get the Pirates up 6-0 here in the opening quarter.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. So Maryville just scored. We've got a full slate of calls here. So one more time, what is the score and what happened on that last play?
Yeah, we had Jaquarius Johnson taking the ball off the left side, off left tackle, able to go in untouched into the end zone, just 1 yard out for the touchdown. The extra point here is pending. They're lining up for it at this time. There's 6:36 to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville on top, 6-0, and in about 2 seconds we have the pending extra point, which is good. Pirates on top of the Brickies, 7-0 after 1 drive of the night. 6:36 to go in quarter number 1.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
I can tell you that Highland got a 94-yard kickoff return
there we
from
go.
Avian Wilson, and they lead Whiting 7-0.
All right, so some early action in that game as well. We've got some early action here in Valpo and Andrean. We're going to go over to Gary Graben for our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Gary, what's going on at 5959 Broadway?
Well, Valpo received the opening kickoff. After one first down, their drive bogged down after a sack to a 3rd and long, but somehow Scotty Bradley on the 3rd down play got behind the secondary. A beautiful ball thrown by Justin Clark. 52 yards later, it's a touchdown grab. The extra point was missed. It is 6-0 Valpo over Andrean. The clock is headed towards 7 minutes to play. Andrean has already gone 3 and out, and after a poor punt, Valpo is pretty deep in Andrean territory again.
Wow. So, Gary, is this turning south on Andrean already, you think?
It is. Certainly, they had a chance here. You know, there was a little bit of life here. There was a sack to set up that 3rd and long, and then the first Valpo pass of the night was right over the top of that defense for a touchdown, and he was a good 2 or 3 yards clear of the last DB. So a little breakdown there for Andrean in the secondary. But again, you can see there's just a little bit of a mismatch here. Andrean's just going to have to hang tough here and hope for some help from Valpo, as we talked about in the pregame. But Valpo definitely has already seized control here with the first touchdown, and again, they are down at the Andrean 31 right now with the first down.
Well, look, we thought it might be a dominating performance by Valpo, and it started as such. Anything that Andrean can do here to stop this momentum?
Well, again, they just had a great defensive play here, a tackle in the backfield. So these are the kind of plays they need. They need some special plays here, guys beating their man off the ball, something to happen. But, again, the key here is can they do it 3 times in a row to force them to kick?
Right.
Because right now, like I said, there's enough Valpo offense to make this happen. Valpo now is down to the Andrean 15. So the movement continues here even after the one play. So it is trouble for Andrean here tonight. But as we've talked about, these are tough kids. We'll see what they can generate as the evening goes on.
All right, thank you, Gary. One more time, what is the score and time update?
It's 6-0, the Valpo Vikings over the Andrean 59ers. The clock is rolling toward the 5:30 mark here in the first quarter. All
right, thank you, Gary. That is Gary Graben here with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Andrean losing to Valpo 7-0. We're going to go from Gary Graben to Ethan Silver with an update from River Forest at Calumet. Ethan, what's going on?
How's it going? River Forest, actually, when I hung up, they scored 2 plays after. But Carlos Villagomez ran it in. It was a 2-yard touchdown. He met the defensive line actually met him at the line of scrimmage. But Aiden Silver at quarterback pushed Carlos into the end zone to help him score.
So, Ethan, do you see any momentum swings other than this, or is this more of is River gonna keep this momentum, or how do you see this going forward?
I think River Forest is going to keep the momentum. Calumet was their first drive, and they went 4 and out. They're punting right now. I think River Forest is really excited for this game. The first drive they didn't pass at all, but they were switching between Caleb Short and Aiden Silver at running back and slot. They were a little playing around back and forth right there. But River Forest came to play.
River Forest normally does come to play, and so it's going to be very interesting to see how Calumet can come back from this situation.
Yeah, I think Calumet kind of looks beat out there already.
Okay.
I feel they got a little down after themselves on the first touchdown.
Well,
that's not good.
No, it's not.
Early in the season,
early in the game for sure.
Right.
Well, all right, Ethan, one more time. What is the score and time update?
River Forest is up 7-0 against Calumet, and there's 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the first quarter.
All right. Thank you much, Ethan. We appreciate it. Good job. I'm looking forward to hearing more from you.
Talk to you guys soon.
There's a lot of scores in other places, and we've got a scoreboard update coming up.
Yeah, we've got a quick break here on Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
As your Northwest Indiana public broadcasting station, Lakeshore Public Media's goal is to serve you with a radio broadcast that engages, excites, and inspires. Help your local station reach that better goal by sharing your thoughts. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger community station.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here as we have some scores rolling in fast and furious to the Game Night studio. So let's see how your favorite team's doing here tonight in week 2 of the high school football season. Starting off this Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Warsaw at Chesterton. After a scoreless first quarter, Warsaw has a 9-0 lead in the second quarter. Traveling down now to Hobart at Maryville. First quarter there, Maryville has a 7-0 lead. Jaquarius Johnson scores on a 1-yard touchdown run. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. And the second quarter, this one is 14-7 Lafayette Jeff. The score for Michigan City was on a 15-yard touchdown pass from Tyler Bush to Ben Martin. LaPorte at Lowell. First quarter, LaPorte has a 7-0 lead. Aiden Penzel with an 11-yard touchdown pass to Keegan Kenkel. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. In the first quarter, Valpo has a 14-0 lead over the 59ers. Morton at Hanover Central. First quarter, Hanover has a 7-0 lead behind a Matt Kuntz 1-yard touchdown run. Highland at Whiting. First quarter, Highland has a 13-0 lead. They got the scoring started on a 94-yard kickoff return by Avon Wilson, and Blake Vanek hit Nick Johnson on a 46-yard touchdown pass. River Forest at Calumet. First quarter, River Forest has a 7-0 lead behind Carlos Villagomez's 2-yard touchdown run. At the end of the first quarter in Boone Grove and South Bend Clay, Boone Grove has an 11-0 lead. Rensselaer at North Newton. In the first quarter, Rensselaer has a 15-0 lead. We got plenty of other games that we're going to be keeping an eye on here tonight throughout the Week 2 festivities. You're not going to want to miss a beat here on Game Night.
On the next Radiolab, stars, giant supernovas. We go big,
the size of the whole universe.
And we go small, quarks and atoms.
Neutrinos, way smaller than that.
To try to figure out what is in the very middle.
Oh, he's leaning back. His mouth is hanging open.
That might be the first time I've been spooked in a while.
And where we stand in the universe.
This is a pretty far out thing.
The middle of everything ever. That's on the next Radiolab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Special Agent Joe Wallace led the investigation into the death of 17-year-old football star Billy Joe Johnson.
I will always remember that case.
What we shared with him makes him question how the case turned out.
If somebody had told me that, and when they said, hey, we need to reopen this case, we need to look at this.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Those people you hang out with, have brunch with, fight with, stand up in each other's weddings with. Did you choose those folk? Or are you besties with someone because you like the same rock band 20 years ago? On the next Snap Judgment, shut up, Rick. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
From hippies in the 60s to computers in the 80s, Stuart Brand helped kickstart some of the biggest movements of the last century.
It's appetite, it's willingness to be ridiculous on the way to something you think might be interesting.
Stay hungry, stay foolish with Stuart Brand. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
What if we measured the success of our economy less in terms of profit and more in terms of care?
What if we tracked gains and losses not in dollars but in the quality of human lives? I'm Anne Strainchamps.
And I'm Ray Suarez. Join us for a special series called Going for Broke. Episode 1, Change of Address, Insecure Housing, and the Rise of Homelessness.
Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Could hackers save us from dangerously biased artificial intelligence? A group of them gathered in Las Vegas earlier this month to come up with ways to do just that.
How do we try to break it so that we can find all these kinks and so that other people don't?
A look at hackers confronting discrimination and bias in AI on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
Angie Kim didn't know English when she and her family first moved to the U.S. from Korea.
Even just that limited, temporary inability to speak traumatized me.
And it later moved her to create characters who can't speak, but still have much to tell, like the teenager in her novel, Happiness Falls, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, we got Ben Kolodzinski here with Joe Arredondo, and you, our fair listeners, are in for a treat. We have a full phone line explosion here. Every one of our lines is filled, so we're going to go through these really quickly. We've got Russell Broadacre at Warsaw at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on out there?
Hey, gentlemen. So it is still 0-0 at the end of the first half. But, you know, the last time we spoke, I was saying that I really hope Boswell would start hitting his passes, and sure enough, he started hitting them. His prime receivers right now are looking like Henson, and Isaac. So between those two, they're moving it up pretty well up the field. But again, I mean, they were down in the red zone on the 3-yard line. 4th down, they're going for it, and McCormick gets stuffed. So McCormick can't really catch a break today. It looks like all of his runs are basically just being eaten up at the line.
Well, they're obviously keying on him. They obviously watched the film last week.
Sure.
And, that was effective, and they're obviously keying on him.
It certainly looks like it. There's someone watching him the entire time. But as far as some good news for Chesterton, they have had 3 fumble recoveries, so it's giving their offense more time on the field. Cole Gonzalez, number 54, is having a great night for here at the Trojans. And as far as Warsaw is concerned, there's just a lot of guys to the tackles, so they're really moving together as a squad. They're same with their offense. They're kind of bunched in together, and they're just trying to move together as a unit, trying to make that work.
All right, Russell, thanks for the update. Points are at a premium. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
0-0, second half. We'll start here in about 5 minutes.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadacre with Warsaw at Chesterton. We're going to go from Russell Broadacre to Ethan Silver with River Forest at Calumet. Ethan, what's going on out there?
River Forest scored again. Now the score is 13 River Forest, 0 Calumet. They had Short at quarterback, and they hit Aiden Silver on a jet sweep to the right side, and he ran it in. It was about a 7-yard touchdown.
So, Aiden, who's faster, you or Ethan? Who's faster, you or Aiden?
Definitely him.
Definitely, at least you're modest. So, he's obviously finally put his fingerprints on this game. Do you think that Calumet has the opportunity to come back here, or do you think River Forest is going to take this over?
I think River Forest is going to take this over. Calumet's really breaking down, and it's still 2 minutes left in the first quarter, but they're not even lining up in the right spots when they're on offense.
Well, that's not a good sign here early in the season, but you got to iron those kinks out at some point. You hope to have it done at least after week 1, but if it's trailing into week 2, that's not a good sign. So, all right.
I think they're all-purpose yards on offense for Calumet's like -3 right now.
Oh, so they're in the negatives. They're not getting anything done. Okay. All right, Ethan, we got full phone lines here. One more time, what is your score update here?
River Forest 13, Calumet 0 with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the first quarter.
All right. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate your help and looking forward to hearing more from you.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you much. We're going to move from Aiden Silver to Gary Graben with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Valpo at Andrean. Gary, what's going on at 5959 Broadway?
Well, here at Father Eckert Field, when we last spoke, Valpo was on the drive. It culminated with Travis Davis from 5 yards out. They went for 2, and Justin Clark was successful on a run. It was 14-0 Valpo. And just now, while I was on hold, as the first quarter ended, Thomas Berta takes the ball in for the Vikings, extra point good. It is 21-0 Valpo at the end of the first quarter.
So it seems like Valpo's starting to finally break that rust off and doing what they need to do against an opponent right now.
Well, and it's mostly by the run, Ben. It is definitely, they have a corral of running backs here at Valpo, but with Travis Davis and Thomas Berta, that is a continual pounding, and they have really taken control of this game early. I think they heeded the words from Coach Marshall during the week to take this 3-touchdown lead at the end of 1. So for Andrean here, it's still building. It's doing positive things. But they are definitely in a deep hole early here.
Well, I think the message of the focus of the fundamentals defensively was received because they're tossing a shutout right now. Their offense played well last week. Their offense did a lot of good things, scored some points, kept them in the game. It was the defense that was the issue in the second half. So I think they have had a very impressive start defensively tonight.
Well, on both sides of the ball. I mean, it's really, and for Andrean here, they're still looking, they probably don't have more than 20 yards of offense here in the first quarter. So they need to get things on both sides of the ball going. But as we talked about, this is a learning experience here. This is going to be Coach Skinner looking for guys to play certain roles, step up into certain spots that are needed. And again, I think he knew this as we talked before the game. He kind of knew what was coming here tonight. Just his inexperienced team isn't ready for a senior-laden state championship team.
All right, Gary, we're going to let you go here, and we're going to move on. We've got full phone lines here. So one more time, what is your score and time update?
It's 21-0 Valpo. We've just begun the second quarter, 11:40 to go. Andrean with the ball in their own territory.
All right, thank you, Gary. Well, looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Okay.
All righty, we're going to go and move on from Gary Graven. We're going to move to Ryan Welsh with an update from Chicago Taft at Crown Point. Ryan, what's going on out there in Crown Point?
Well, Crown Point's been dominating every facet of the game. The score is currently 14-0 Bulldogs, and actually right now they just scored on a rush to hand off to Larry Ellison. The score is now 20-0.
Wow, so this is pretty one-sided. What's Crown Point doing right?
I mean, really everything. The offensive line has been dominant, and their defense has been electric. Pick is what allowed that to get them back on offense.
What is your impression, Ryan, of Noah Ehrlich, the transfer quarterback? What do you see in him that you like for the Bulldogs?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, they're able to pass more and more successfully. He's done really well at placing the ball, and I haven't seen many mistakes from him.
Yeah, obviously he's a junior, but he's got 2+ years of experience playing quarterback at the varsity level. So definitely, I think you're right. I think they're going to be able to throw the ball a little more than maybe last season.
Absolutely.
All right, Ryan, we really appreciate it. We have a very full phone lines here. So one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It's 21-0 Bulldogs with 4:11 left in the first quarter.
All right. Thank you much. That was Ryan Welsh with an update from Crown Point, Indiana, as they host Chicago Taft, 21-0. All right, we're going to move on from Ryan Welsh. We're going to move to Dave Melton, who's at Providence at Lake Central. Dave, what's going on out there?
We've got just about 11 minutes and counting to go here early in the second quarter. It is Providence Catholic 14 and Lake Central 7. Ooh. Providence Catholics, both their touchdowns have came on offense. One long sustained drive and the other one was a 66-yard play-action pass to Mitch Bowles. But in between those touchdowns, Lake Central got on the board on a 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown by Amarion.
Oh, wow.
By who?
It was Amarion Brooks.
Okay. Yeah, Marion Brooks is one of their playmakers. Dave, have they been keying on Xavier Williams, the Providence defense?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be the focal point of pretty much any defensive game plan against Lake Central this year. I thought it was interesting. Their first series looked like they ran some sort of power with two linemen pulling, and Williams bounced it outside. It was on, I think, third down. He came to the bench, and he looked like he was tapping himself on the chest, saying, I needed to keep that inside because it looked like there was a holdout. The next time they came back, ran that same play, he stayed inside and picked up about 8 yards. Okay. That drive ended in a punt, but it seems like Lake Central's finding something to build upon on the inside with their running game.
Have they thrown the ball at all with the Kwiatkowski?
It's pretty much been the Xavier Williams show on offense. Lake Central's offense has only one first down so far. It's been Providence Catholic has run probably, I'd say, close to 2-1 in terms of play count because of Lake Central's offense has not been able to sustain a drive, and they also had the kick return for a touchdown. So not a ton of offensive plays for Lake Central just yet.
Okay. All right, Dave. One more time. What is your score and score and time update?
It is Providence 14, Lake Central 7, with 10:52 to go in the second quarter.
All right. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
My pleasure, guys.
All righty. Thank you, Dave. We're going to move from Dave Melton there at Providence at Lake Central. We're going to move to Ryan Sosnowski with our beef of the week, Griffith at Munster. Ryan, what's going on out there in Munster?
All right. So at the end of the first quarter, it was 0-0. And then at about the 9-minute mark, number 4, Jackson Lawson, had a rushing touchdown with the extra point not good for Griffith Panther lead 6-0. Definitely Jackson Lawson is the player to watch in this game. Last week, Griffith was running a little bit more of the pistol. This week, they're coming out of the shotgun a little bit more, and they're throwing in number 1, Ventress Hewlett, who is a sophomore. But definitely Jackson Lawson has been the main target for rushing. And for Munster, their key player has been number 6, senior Daniel Askedam, who they've been handing it off to him as much as they can.
Has Munster been able to get anything going offensively, Ryan?
Well, funny you say that because we're at 5 minutes and 48 seconds and counting left in the second quarter. At about the 7-minute mark, number 25 for Munster, Maxwell Lazinski, who's a junior, had a huge 41-yard run for a first down, then followed up by a Daniel Askedam 10-yard run. And Munster's currently on the, they were on the 4-yard line, but it seems there's maybe a penalty where they're now down on the 8-yard line.
All right, fair enough. So, Ryan, we're going to let you go here. We got full phone lines right now, but one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
The score is Griffith Panthers 6, Munster Mustangs 0. Scratch that. Number 6 for Munster. Looks like he just rushed in for a touchdown. 6-6. Right. Munster will be going for the extra point. 6-6, 5 minutes, 31 seconds left to go.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it. We'll hang with you for the extra point just to make sure we get that update, and then we'll let you go.
Correction, Opat, the quarterback, had the touchdown, not number 6.
So how did that play break down?
Definitely got the ball, ran it in.
Perfect. Just plain and simple. 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Meat and potatoes.
Can't beat that. So,
nope.
So, Ryan, just let us know when that extra point is up and moving. And
all right, it's good. Munster leads 7-6 over Griffith with 5:31 to go. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you much. That was Ryan Sosnowski with our Beef of the Week. We're going to move from Ryan Sosnowski to Dr. Reed Amons with Hobart at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on out there in Maryville?
Yeah, Maryville's had the ball twice so far tonight. Both drives ended up in a rushing touchdown of some sort. The first one was Jacarius Johnson rushing it in from just a yard out. Second possession got the Pirates inside the Holbert 40, and Dante Pope dropped back to pass and saw a little daylight. He took it and rushed it 34 yards for the Pirate touchdown. The extra point was good. That put Maryville up 14-0. There's 10:09 to go here in quarter number 2. Maryville's had the ball twice, scored both times. Holbert's got the ball for the second time tonight, unable to get the ball on the other side of the 50-yard line so far tonight. That Pirate defense has really looked good tonight so far, guys.
So, Dr. Reed, Dante Pope, he's been really impressive so far this year. Is he filling those shoes rather quickly?
Yeah, he's done a really nice job. Over the last couple of years when we looked at Maryville, they've really had two quarterback systems for multiple years. That Angel was able to throw the ball and maybe have a Whiteside as a runner or just really not the complete quarterback. But I'll tell you what, Dante Pope has been impressive both throwing the ball and running the ball so far here in the first 6 quarters of the season. He does see the field really well. He's got good form on his throw, makes a nice spiral, leads his receivers, does a nice job there. And then certainly, as we've seen so far, at least a couple times this year, he's got 3 rushing touchdowns now, I believe, on the year. He can tuck it and run, and it's hard to catch, too, in the open field. So he's done a really nice job as kind of that field marshal for Coach Cease, being able to see the field and really run the offense really well so far this year.
I got a sneaky feeling that next week they're going to make him throw the ball to win the game. So I think he's putting some things on tape that shows that he can throw the ball. So it's going to make Crown Point defensively think twice, maybe loading up against a run.
Right.
Yeah, and we've seen from the wide receiving core. We know about John Peters is probably the receiver that returned this year with the most acclaim. But tonight, Zamir Martin has had a couple nice receptions so far tonight. They have thrown the ball out of the backfield a couple times in week 1, not so much in their opening 2 drives tonight. But yeah, there's certainly people that can catch the ball too. From Dante, and he's done a really nice job so far. And I think if that's the way Crown Point wants to run it and load the box, I think Dante Pope would be up for the challenge and see what he can do in a game where he's got to throw the ball 25, 30 times.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Yeah, we have Maryville on top of Holbert, 14-0. Maryville 14, Holbert 0. There's 9:49 to go here in quarter number 2.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. Looking forward here. We have our phone lines are completely full here, so we're going to try to go pretty quick with things here. We've got Ethan Silver with an update from River Forest at Calumet. Ethan, what's going on?
Calumet, the second drive, Jaden Clifford for River Forest hit the quarterback and made him fumble. They recovered it. Drove it down a couple plays. Aiden Silver had a passing touchdown to Jeremiah Stansel. Then Calumet actually just threw an interception to Caleb Short. So River Forest is back with the ball, and River Forest is up 19, Calumet 0 with 11 minutes and 10 seconds left in the second quarter.
All right, Ethan, what is Calumet's body language like right now?
This is not good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really not looking too good, the body language.
All right, Ethan, do us a favor. Call us back at the end of the quarters, would you please?
Yeah, I will.
All right, thank you very much. That's Ethan Silver with an update from River Forest, up 19-0 on Calumet. We're going to go from River Forest to a new name or a new voice and an old name. We've got Casey DeMoss, son of Chuck DeMoss. He has an update here from the oh my gosh, where is it?
Portage.
The Portage and Northwood game. Casey, it is so glad to hear you join us and we're honored to have you here this week as a guest.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be able to do this and carry on a little bit of the tradition my dad had going on.
Well, your dad was one of the best in the biz, and we really miss him. And it sounds like you've got a bit of a raucous crowd behind you here.
Yeah, Portage has brought out a pretty good crowd tonight, but so is Northwood here. And I did a little homework on Northwood. They're number 4 in the state in 4A. They're in the Northern Lakes Conference, and they do have a rich football tradition, and they travel well. And unfortunately tonight, it looks like Northwood is just going to overpower Portage. We've had a lot of action. First off, Portage won the toss. and decided to onside kick it, which they did not recover.
Ooh.
And Northwood went down and had a 9-yard touchdown to Nitro Tuggle, who was their go-to receiver.
Yeah,
And
he's
then
Division
from
One.
there, I thought, I wanted to do some homework on it because he had 142 yards last week against Jimtown. So I knew this guy could, do pretty good.
Yeah, he sounds like he's
but after
big time.
that, he's really, you can tell he's playing a different level of game here tonight with these guys. And then, unfortunately, Portage had a few more mistakes after that. They threw an interception, which turned into a touchdown for Northwood. And then also they went for it on their own territory on the 29 on fourth down, and it was a turnover on downs, which Northwood scored on as well.
So, we've got a bit of a reaction there. You are amongst some excited fans. So, Casey, you're doing a great job. We really appreciate you joining us. One more time, what is the score and the time update for this game?
Yeah, so it's 21-0 Northwood with 10:17 to go in the second quarter. Portage has the ball right now on their own 8-yard line.
All right, Casey, thank you much for the updates. And before we let you go, I just want to say thank you for joining us this week. And we're going to keep your dad's tradition alive by having another DeMoss on air. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll call back here after the end of this quarter.
All right, sounds good. That was Casey DeMoss with an update from Northwood at Portage. It seems like Northwood is very much in control of that game. And with all of that flurry of activity, I think it's time that we need to catch our breath. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have had a flurry of activity here in the last half hour of high school football here in week 2. So let's see what's going on in this Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Starting off with Warsaw at Chesterton. This game is getting ready to start the second half. It's been a defensive battle. No score after the first half of play. Chicago Taft at Crown Point. In the second quarter, this one is all Crown Point, 21-0. Providence Catholic at Lake Central, second quarter. It's all tied up at 14. The scores for Lake Central, Amari and Brooks had a kickoff return for a touchdown, and Xavier Williams with a touchdown run. Northwood at Portage. You just heard this update here before the break. In the second quarter, Northwood has a 21-0 lead. Hobart at Maryville, second quarter. Maryville has a 14-0 lead. Their two scores were Jaquarius Johnson, 1-yard touchdown run, and Dante Pope with a 34-yard touchdown run. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. Michigan City has just tied this one up. It's 14-all in that one in the second quarter. LaPorte at Lowell at the end of the first quarter. LaPorte has a 7-0 lead. Aiden Penzel with an 11-yard touchdown pass in the first quarter. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. Second quarter, Valpo has a 21-6 lead over the 59ers. Morton at Hanover Central. At the end of the first quarter, Hanover Central has a 7-0 lead. Their score is on a 1-yard touchdown run by Matt Kuntz. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley. At the end of the first quarter, Wheeler has a 7-6 lead. Moving on here to the beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. After the first quarter, there was no score, but here in the second quarter, Munster has a 7-6 lead. Griffith scored on a Jackson Lawson touchdown run, and Opat for Munster had a touchdown run to put the Mustangs on top. Highland at Whiting. This one is all Whiting, all Highland. In the first quarter, it's 32-0 Trojans. It's been the Blake Vanek show. He has 4 touchdowns, 2 through the air and 2 on the ground. River Forest at Calumet at the end of the first quarter. River Forest has a 19-0 lead. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay. Second quarter, Boone Grove is up 18-6 over South Bend Clay. And Rensselaer at North Newton. Rensselaer has a 29-0 lead. The player of the week, Diego Hernandez Reyes, with 4 touchdowns on the ground tonight for the Bombers. We got an exciting rest of the night here of high school football coming up here in week 2. You're not going to want to miss a beat, but we're going to catch you on the flip side of this break.
If every interviewer was as insightful as Jesse Thorne, I would only listen to interviews.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, David Byrne, the former frontman of the Talking Heads, talks with me about returning to live performance and about whether or not he knows how to do the hustle. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
If you've been online lately, you may be familiar with all the new girl trends. We've got hot girl walks, girl dinner, rat girl summer. But what about the vanilla girl?
Vanilla girl for me is one I'm like, everything is literally white. To me, it's a sunken place aesthetic.
We're talking beauty trends. Next time on the It's Been a Minute podcast from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
And she said, Guria, you sound hungry. I think what you need to do is eat more on your fast. And I was like, that was an option? We could have been doing this?
Join us for more true stories told live. This week, stories where food is the star. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Farai Chidea. This week on Our Body Politic, fires in Maui and the roots of climate change with Heatmap's Neil Dinesha.
If you look around the country, the fingerprints of colonialism are evident throughout all kinds of climate disasters. I mean, in Hawaii, these plants were introduced on plantations.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
on the next Radiolab.
Stars. Giant supernovas.
We go big.
The size of the whole universe.
And we go small.
Quarks and atoms.
Neutrinos. Way, way smaller than that.
To try to figure out what is in the very middle.
Oh, he's leaning back. His mouth is hanging open.
That might be the first time I've been spooked in a while.
And where we stand in the universe.
This is a pretty far out thing.
The middle of everything ever. That's on the next Radiolab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Joe Arredondo, and we've got some updates here. We've got line one with Gary Graben with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. That's Valpo at Andrean. Gary, what's going on in Maryville?
Well, buckle up here because a lot's happening. Ellis Dumas, a junior running back for Andrean, punched the ball in from 8 yards out. They went for two. It was no good. It was 21-6 Valpo.
Okay.
Valpo marched down the field, and a tremendous run by Travis Davis, fighting for the pylon, pushed into the end zone. Extra point good, made it 28-6 Valpo. But then Andrean seems to have found something going over the top of this Valpo secondary, a 27-yard touchdown pass from Scott Ballantyne to Jimmy Finley. They went for two and did not make it, so it is now 28-12 Valpo over Andrean. So the Andrean offense has found a little something. It's the defense now that needs to find some help.
All right, so Gary, there's it appears that Scotty Ballantyne, Andrean's best player, is starting to take this game over a little bit. Do you see this momentum continuing in Andrean's favor?
Well, to understand, they're not getting, the Valpo line is not getting to Ballantyne, so he's had a little more time to pass. And these wide receivers are able to sneak behind the DBs. They've had some luck on some of the long passes here the last two drives. So I would expect that to continue. You know, as we talked about in the pregame, Coach Skinner was putting the ball in Ballantyne's hands, and they're going to ride him as hard as he can here as his senior leader to hopefully bring them some life. So we'll see what happens, but they still need to find an answer on defense here because Valpo is still really steamrolling them on with their offense.
Well, I think the story too is that maybe Valpo's defense is starting to get exposed again for the second week in a row, which doesn't bode well for them down the road because they had an outstanding start defensively tonight, but they've given up some points here.
Right. All right, Gary, one more time. What is the score and time update for your game?
Again, 28-12, Valpo over Andrean. The clock is at 4:20 to go here in the first half.
All right, thank you much. We will look forward to getting more information from you as halftime comes around.
You got it.
All right, thanks, Gary. That is Gary Graben with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, which is Valpo and Andrean. Yep. Joe, my computer has just quit on me here. If you could continue, and I'm going to try to do a little bit of technical work here.
There you go.
I
think we're going to go to Ryan Welsh. He is in Crown Point as the Bulldogs are moving onward toward their second straight win. Ryan, are you sorry, guys, I didn't read that. We're going to go to Ryan Sosnowski. Hey, we're going to Ryan one way or another here.
Sorry about that little bit of technical difficulties here. Ryan Sosnowski, what's going on with our beef of the week from Munster and Griffith?
Well, it sounds like Ryans are wild today.
Yeah, there you go.
Ryan here, Ryan there, Ryan everywhere. So we have a couple score updates here. With about 3 minutes left in the second quarter, what a beautiful 25-yard pass from number 3, Colton Strazo, to number 6, Jason Dillon, which put him at about the 10. And then, want to take a guess who had the 10-yard rushing touchdown? The guy to watch, Jackson Lawson.
Jackson Lawson.
So I didn't want to leave too much of his space. Jackson Lawson, 10-yard rushing touchdown, which that is 4 rushing touchdowns
in 2 weeks
between the last 2 games. 2 last week, 2 this week. And then, here's an easy one. Who got the 2-point conversion on the rush?
Jackson Lawson.
There
you
go. Yep.
Like clockwork here.
Yep. So that is the guy to watch here. He seems to be the number 1 weapon for the Griffith Panthers. But with about 25 seconds left, a couple rushing plays, a couple completions by quarterback Matt Opat Sr. Beautiful 20-yard pass to number 4, Anthony Collins, who's a junior, for the touchdown. Extra point, no good.
Oh, no.
And Griffith Panthers lead the Munster Mustangs 14-13
Wow.
with 19.2 seconds left.
All right, thank you, Ryan. You got the beefy game of the week, so you're this one's the beef of the week, but it's a pretty beefy game. So keep up the good work. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Hey, no problem. We went from beef and potatoes. Now we're kind of looking like a ribeye here.
There we go. Perfect.
Advertising out here.
I love it. Excellent.
All right, guys.
All right, that was Ryan Svetanoff with our beef of the week.
I was talking to Gary Graben earlier this week about what should be the beef of the week, and boy, when Leroy Marsh and Russ Radke were coaching, that Griffith Munster rivalry that was beautiful, fierce,
and the food in the press box was delicious.
Always.
So we're gonna go from one Ryan to another. We've got Ryan Welsh at Chicago Taft at Crown Point. Ryan, what's going on out there in Crown Point?
Yeah, well, at the end of the first quarter, an interception by Landon Delich set CP up for an 8-yard touchdown pass from Ehrlich to senior Seamus Malasky to bring CP Bulldogs to a 28-0 lead going into the beginning of the second quarter.
Well, those are two of the studs for Crown Point that you just mentioned. And Delich is already verbally committed to play college football at Toledo. He's a tremendous defensive back. And then we had Scott Angel tell us last week that Seamus is being recruited for Purdue as, I think, for track and field.
Right.
And possibly, maybe moving over to play some football. Has it been as dominant a performance from Crown Point as it seems like on the radio, Ryan?
It absolutely has. I mean, on both sides of the ball, we're running it well, too. Touchdown runs from Larry Ellison and passing it obviously well. But really, the defense has been, just wouldn't let up. 2 interceptions here in this game.
All right, Ryan, one more time. What is the time and score of this game?
CP leads Taft 28-0. 7:34 left to go in the first half.
All right, Ryan, do us a favor. Call us back at the end of each quarter, would you please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much. That was Ryan Welsh with an update with Chicago Taft and Crown Point. And before we take Dr. Reed Amons with the Hobart at Maryville, we're going to go ahead and take a quick second for station identification.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
All right, now that we have properly identified ourselves, I'm going to properly identify Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Hobart at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on in Maryville?
Yeah, so Maryville's had the ball 3 times so far tonight in the opening half, and all 3 ended in the same result, a rushing touchdown. The first one, a 1-yard touchdown run by Jacarius Johnson. Second one, a 34-yard touchdown run by Dante Folk, quarterback. And on their last possession, a 55-yard touchdown run by Jacarius Johnson, his second of the night, and I believe 5th overall so far this season. Hobart just punched one on the board as well. They took the ball down the field, ending in a 1-yard touchdown run by Willie Shear. And the extra point was no good, though. So Maryville leads 21-6 here in the opening half. There's 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in quarter number 2.
The Pirates seem to be able to block some kicks, huh? Didn't they do that last week?
They did. They forced a couple no good extra point attempts so far on the night. They've done a really nice job. In fact, probably the only other special teams play happened about halfway through the first quarter, where Maryville lined up on a 4th and 6, and they were going to punt the ball, but there was a running into the kicker call, which made it 4th and 1, and then the Pirates were able to convert on that. So everything else has been pretty ho-hum as far as turnovers and so forth, penalties on the night. Both teams playing very equally in that area. Both, at least I can speak for the Maryville side, cleaned some things up from week number 1. So they're playing very well, obviously, 3 for 3 so far, and touchdown conversions on possessions. And Hobart's played very, very well and very passionately tonight as well. They're really giving it their full effort, as Maryville is facing a 3rd down and 15 at their own 15-yard line. So that Hobart defense, after the Hobart score, is playing a little bit more spirited here in this possession. And they're going to be forcing a 4th and long for the Pirates, and they're going to have to punt the ball away, and should give Hobart really good field possession here with just under 4 minutes to go here in the opening half, Maryville on top, 21-6.
So, Reed, what does Hobart need to do to keep chipping away at this?
Yeah, so exactly what they've done in the last 3 minutes. Certainly take care of the ball offensively, but when that defense can force a 3-and-out or even a turnover, if they were to be able to get a turnover here and here even before half, or right as the second half gets started, they're only 2 possessions down now. They're looking at trying to close that gap a little bit here before halftime. Hobart will get the ball first in the second half, and this punt is going to be almost just past the first down marker. So, so Hobart's going to get the ball at about at the Maryville 37-yard line. They're going to be taking over inside the 40-yard line of the Pirates. And so if they can convert here and get, only be down a touchdown here going into half, they get the ball first in the second half, they could easily have this game tied before we get halfway through the third quarter.
Reed, Maryville's defense has faced 2 pretty good quarterbacks to start the season. I mean, Scott Ballantyne and then Sorensen, the transfer from Lake Central tonight. So their defense is looking good against some quality, experienced quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I think the real key to that is they don't allow the offense to run the ball. So if they force you into throwing downs and throwing possessions, then it certainly helps that defense when you're playing against good offenses and good quarterbacks. So you can make them a little bit one-dimensional, and that at least slow them down a little bit that way. As you speak, Sorensen just connects on about a 5-yard out that gets turned upfield for a 12-yard gain. They're facing a 1st and 10 now from the Maryville 24-yard line with 3 minutes to go. But yeah, excellent beginning part of the season here for the Pirates as far as quality of opponents and who they're playing and the top-notch quarterbacks that they're facing. That's an excellent point.
All right, Dr. Reed, one more time. What is that score and time update for this game?
Yeah, so we have Maryville with 21 and Hobart 6. Pirates lead 21-6 over the Brickies. There's 3:04 to go here in quarter number 2, but the Brickies are threatening to score here as we wind down the final minutes of the first half.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it, and you might be getting a little bit of a comeback here, so looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you much. So we've got some pretty exciting games here. It looks like Hobart's trying to claw back into this one.
For Maryville, you go from Ballantyne to Sorensen to Ehrlich next week.
Right.
So that's not, and then you're going to get Clark down the road. That's a pretty difficult stretch, and their defense has been pretty impressive. Obviously, the special teams put them in a bad situation right there, giving up some field position. And their offense has been pretty good. I think Maryville, when we look at this after week 2, Maryville, if they continue, at this point in this, the way that this game's going tonight, they might be one of the surprise teams, I think, early through 2 weeks of the season.
Starting a lot of underclassmen. But
with a quarterback we didn't know anything about last week,
an unknown entity, a quarterback who's looked rather impressive. But I think we're starting to see a little bit of that youth of Maryville.
Yeah.
You see, all of a sudden, and I'm not sure who their punter is, and I'm not trying to single out, but when you see some special teams mishaps, you see a 15-yard punt.
When you give up field position, but then their defense has blocked a lot of field goals and extra points in the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, that's something that you really want to make sure that you're taking care of the play when it is available to you. What did John Wooden always say? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity, right? And he's way smarter than I will ever be. But
I think that was your first Purdue interjection of the night. I think
no. In fairness, all day I have been saying this is Game Night presented by the Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Hi, Mom. She's looking at me. She can see me there.
Do you think she really is?
I don't know. Probably. She'll probably send me a text message here in a few minutes that, hey, tuck your shirt in or something like that. So we'll keep that in mind. But without me going on a little tangent here, we're going to get back to business here. We've got Dave Melton with Providence Catholic at Lake Central. Dave, what's going on out there? Well, hold on a second here. Dave, if you just hold on for just a second, we've got a little bit of an issue here. We will get back to you as quickly as we can. But yeah, this is a circumstance where We're trying to get our switchboard operator here to get the call to be taken. We're going to go ahead and take
Providence has taken a 21-14 lead in that game.
We're going to take line 1 here, Andrew, with Dave Melton at Providence at Lake Central. Dave, what's going on out there in Lake Central?
As you guys just said, it is a halftime score now. Providence Catholic is up 21-14 on Lake Central. The visiting Celtics scored with about a minute left in the second quarter on an 8-yard touchdown run by Cade Nickel. Had a nice 9-play drive that covered 46 yards, ate up about 5 minutes of clock, and ended with that touchdown run. So that's your halftime score, 21-14.
So what do you think is the key right now for Lake Central to kind of come back to this game?
Well, the offense really has not had much of going forward at all in this game. The one Lake Central offensive touchdown, they had the kick return from Amarion Brooks earlier, but other than that, their offense only has 40 yards, and the touchdown they got came off a short field from a Shanks Providence punt that went out of bounds at the Lake Central 20. So credit to the Lake Central defense for forcing a punt deep in territory, and then they got the fortunate shank and turned that into 6 points, but that drive there, that 20-yard drive, is half of their offensive output. They have 40 yards offensively for the first half. Real tough sledding for Xavier Williams, who's got 12 carries and only 38 yards.
Dave, third year for Coach Good at Lake Central. How do they look? Do they look like a team that knows that knows what they're doing? Obviously struggling offensively, but defensively, has their defense looked that bad, or they're just giving up some yardage?
It just seems like there are Providence is just finding holes within the Lake Central defense. I don't think it's a massively undisciplined team by any manner. It just seems like Providence Catholic is finding they're running the ball both inside and outside the tackles. I think they're mixing things up and it's keeping Lake Central's defense back on its heels a little bit. It's mainly the ground game that is working for Providence Catholic. They're at 96 yards rushing for the first half, and because of all that success on the ground game, they hit a 66-yard touchdown pass off of a play-action take. So it seems like just Providence Catholic's ability to attack them in multiple ways has kept Lake Central's defense on their back on their heels, and that's why they're having the success against Lake Central so far this game.
All right, Dave, one more time. What is the score and time update on that?
It is a halftime score, Providence Catholic 21, Lake Central 14.
All right, thank you much, Dave. We're going to go from Dave Melton to Gary Graben. Gary with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Valparaiso at Andrean. Gary, what's going on at 5959 Broadway?
Well, there goes that man again, Travis Davis II. His third touchdown of the night, a 5-yard run. Extra point is good. 35-12 Valpo. Andrean tried to throw the ball here in the waning minutes of the first half unsuccessfully. Valpo has the ball back now with 56 seconds to go, but they're facing a fourth down near midfield, so we'll see what they do here. But it's 35-12, Valpo over Andrean in the last minute of the first half.
Well, this is one of those situations where you've got a coach thinking, well, we're up 35-12. Should we just punt it or go for it at midfield and allow them possibly to get another opportunity? So that's going to be interesting. What is it, a fourth and manageable or not?
It's 4th and 7.
Does it look like they're going to punt or they're going to go?
They are punting the ball.
Yeah.
They are punting the ball.
I think that...
that's the right move.
I think so. I definitely think that's the right move, with the 35-12 lead.
So Andrean will take over here on their own 20 with 55 seconds to go here in the first half. So that's the first time Valpo has had to punt tonight.
So, Gary, do you think that Andrean has what it takes to come back into this game?
Again, defensively, most of the runs that Valpo has are 6-8 yards on first down, so it's always second and short. They have to find a way to stop this running game for Valpo. And again, you just don't see it with the size of the Andrean line and the size of these Valpo running backs, one of the best running groups around. It's just going to be difficult to imagine Andrean's defense ratcheting it up enough to stop them numerous times. As we talked about in the pregame, if Valpo turns the ball over, then Andrean may have a chance. But without some help, it's hard to imagine Andrean coming back here.
All right, thank you, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update?
It is 35-12, the Valparaiso Vikings over the Andrean 59ers. Scott Valentine was just picked, and it's going to be right at the goal line. Touchdown, Valparaiso.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Touchdown, Valparaiso here. So going for the goal here has cost Andrean another 6.
Oh, my goodness.
On that play. Right at the goal line. It was a little bit of a one way or the other kind of call, but the touchdown given here by the officials, moving the score up to 41-12. Valparaiso here in the first half.
All right, Gary, we appreciate the update. We are up on a time crunch here. We got to take a quick break, and we'll hear more from you soon here.
Sounds good, boys.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Hey, Lakeshore Game Night, Steve Schmidt here with this scoreboard update. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard. So let's see what's going on around the region here tonight. Starting off with Warsaw at Chesterton. This one is in the second half, and we have no score in this one, but a defensive battle. Chicago Taft at Crown Point, second quarter. Crown Point is up in this one 28-0 over Chicago Taft. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. This one is at the half now. Providence Catholic has a 21-14 lead. Amarian Brooks and Xavier Williams with the 2 touchdowns for Lake Central. Northwood at Portage in the second quarter. Northwood is up 21-0. Hobart at Maryville in the second quarter. Maryville has a 21-6 lead. Jaquarius Johnson with 2 touchdowns on the ground for the Pirates. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. This one was at the half, and Michigan City tied it up just before the halftime buzzer. It's 14-all. Tyler Bush with a 15-yard touchdown pass to Ben Martin, and Jaden Hart with a 1-yard score for the Wolves. LaPorte at Lowell. This one's at the half, and it's all tied up at 7 apiece. Aiden Penzel had an 11-yard touchdown pass to Keegan Kenkel, and Cameron Cargo with a 17-yard touchdown pass to Zach Sammy for the Red Devils. You just heard this update from Gary in the Sacred Dunes game of the week. Valpo at Andrean. Valpo has opened up a 42-12 lead over the 59ers in the second quarter. Morton at Hanover Central in the second quarter here. Hanover Central has a 14-0 lead. Matt Coons with a pair of touchdowns on the ground tonight. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley, last update was at the end of the first quarter, and Wheeler had a 7-6 lead over the Cougars. And tonight's beef of the week, Munster and Griffith. In the second quarter, Griffith has a 14-13 lead over the Mustangs. Highland at Whiting. This one is all Highland tonight, 39-0 in the second quarter. Blake Vanek with 4 touchdowns tonight, 2 through the air and 2 on the ground. River Forest at Calumet in the second quarter. River Forest has a 26-0 lead. Aiden Silver with a pair of touchdowns tonight for the Ingots. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay. In the third quarter of action here, Boone Grove has opened up a 25-6 lead over Clay. And Rensselaer at North Newton. This one is in the second quarter, approaching halftime. Rensselaer has a big 50-0 lead over North Newton. Diego Hernandez-Reyes with 4 touchdowns tonight on the ground. You're not going to want to miss any more action here tonight on Lakeshore Game Night. Ben and Joe, back to you.
All right there, Steve. We appreciate the update. There is so much happening so quickly. I'm not sure what our caller situation is right now. So it looks like they just got cleared. We had a little bit of a time mishap there, and we're going to make sure that we can get those callers back here as quickly as we can. But right now, Joe, there's a lot of action going on, and what's sticking out to your mind right now?
Well, I think some of the games that we thought could be close are actually close. I'm very excited for Russell because I am seeing on Twitter that there's actually been some points scored at Chesterton.
There you go.
So it's going to be kind of a funky score maybe. So I hope he gets in right here so he can tell us about some points actually going on. I think the Munster Griffith game, we thought that could be close.
Right.
I think that it is close. I really think that Highland. Highland, we were told in the scrimmage that they didn't look very good.
Right.
They were impressive last week. Griffith came back on them a little, but they built a lead and then put it away. They're playing very well tonight, beating Whiting.
Right.
Their coach is Mr. Koulianis, right?
Yeah.
Formerly the head coach at
LaPorte.
Hanover.
Hanover. That's right.
Next week, Hanover is at Highland.
Right, yeah.
So we could be shaping up for a little beef.
Yeah, there could be some beefy games going on there. We got some beef here.
That could be a little beef. I think, and Ryan Cisnowski, he likes a little beef of the week.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what's not to like about a good beef of the week?
Good taco.
All right, let's get off the beef talk and let's get towards Al Rodriguez. The first time we've heard from him this season. We've got Al with Morton at Hanover. Al Rodriguez, what's going on at Hanover?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Oh, kind of noisy out here, but we're at halftime. The score is Hanover Central 14, Hammond Morton 0. Morton was ready to score on the 7-yard line, and they fumbled the ball just a couple minutes before halftime. So it's been pretty much Hanover throughout the game offensively. But Morton sporadically had some good offensive series, but then they turn around and shoot themselves in the foot with fouls and penalties. So it's been kind of a Hanover's winning, but could have been a lot closer if Morton had not shot themselves in the foot.
Well, Hanover's defense has bended and not broken then tonight, so they've thrown a shutout in the first half. Al, I got to ask you, it's halftime and the crowd was going wild. What's going on out there?
They got halftime entertainment. They got the bands going. The people are going nuts. Everybody's having a good Friday night football night.
There's a lot of band support there.
I thought you stood up and were giving your report, and the crowd just saw you and went wild.
No, I got here late because I had a baseball game. I'm still umpiring, So I got here kind of late, missed the first score, but I got the second one.
There you go.
And let me see. I got it wrote down here that Kuntz has scored 2 touchdowns.
Right.
The second one was on a 3-yard run. And on the second series, which I was here for, they went 70 yards in 8 plays.
Oh, wow. Excellent. So starting to march a little bit here on Morton. So, Al, what do you think Morton has to do to kind of get back into this one?
Well, I don't know if you guys seen Morton or heard about Morton, but their quarterback is tall.
Oh, yeah.
That is he's 6'5". And when he started running on that one play, my Lord, his legs were stretching like 5 yards or something. I mean, he's tall. And bad part about that, here he had good like 40-yard run. I mean, this kid was moving, and he got called back on a holding penalty.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, Morton looks good offensively if they could quit or eliminate the penalties. The penalties are hurting them.
Right.
Otherwise, it'd be a totally different game.
Okay.
Well, that's a good point, because Morton made some plays last week offensively as well.
Right.
And they had penalties on both sides last week.
But it's a fun game. If you're a Hanover fan, if you're a Morton fan, you're thinking, what do you do to correct it? You got to have the receivers catching the ball, because this kid throws a good ball, a good spiral, and they got to hold on to it.
All right, Al, thank you much. If you could go ahead and give us one more time what the halftime score update is.
Halftime right now is Hanover Central 14, Hammond Morton 0.
All right, thank you much. That was Al Rodriguez with an update from Hanover Central with Morton at Hanover. We're going to go from Al Rodriguez to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Hobart and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, the Hobart-Maryville game has gone to halftime. Maryville leads 24-6 here at halftime. Right before half, Hobart really started getting some good momentum going. They scored a touchdown. They get a 3-and-out. They have great field position that last time we were speaking.
Right.
And they get all the way inside the 10-yard line before the drive stalls. They get backed up to the 11. They try a 28-yard field goal that misses wide left.
Wow.
Maryville takes over then from deep in their own territory, and they run the quarterback, Dante Pope, a couple of times. He gets out to the 50-yard line, completes a pass down the field to John Peters. They get inside the 10-yard line, and Maryville themselves comes back. And they get inside the 10-yard line, and kicker Giovanni Martinez connects on a 26-yard field goal right as time expires to finish the first half. So I really feel bad for Hobart. They start to get a little bit of momentum going, and they sputter and they give up. They think they're going to score 3 points, but they give up 3 points all in the last couple minutes of the half. They're really looking to get back into this game. They do trail 24-6 at halftime, but they will get the ball first to open the second half. And I think really that first drive is going to determine what's going to happen here in the second half. If they can put something together and get themselves back into this, could be very interesting second half. If they cannot, and Maryville stops them, takes over, and comes back with a quick score, it's going to be a long first half, I think, for the Brickies.
Yeah, the difference between 21-9 and 24-6 seems huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and really, realistically, they were moving the ball well in that drive too. Not only 24-9, but if they punched it in for a touchdown, they'd have to get the 2-point conversion to get it back to 24-14 because they missed the extra point earlier. But yeah, absolutely, or 21-14 at that point.
Right.
Absolutely. That was a big momentum shift there in the waning minutes of the second quarter.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that halftime score?
Yeah, we have Maryville 24, Hobart 6. We are at halftime here at Demery Stadium in Maryville.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the updates.
You bet, guys. Talk to you in the second half.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll go from Dr. Reed to Russell Broadacre with an update from Chesterton. This game is getting a little bit interesting at the end. So, Russell, what's going on?
So it's been a very interesting third quarter. Right now, the game is in the fourth with 5 minutes left.
Wow.
Chesterton is up 6-2. So a
6-2.
low-scoring game, but it's been really gridlocked on defense. As far as third quarter went, though, Tigers brought it down to the red zone multiple occasions, but on this one, Zollinger brought it down to the fourth. During that series, Roms brought it to the 4-yard line. Then it ends up Trojan defense stops them at the 1-yard line, preventing them to get a touchdown. It was turnover on downs. Number 54, Cole Gonzalez, has been having a heck of a night on defense for the Trojans. He was the one credited for that stop. But that then put Trojans on their own 1-yard line. They ended up getting Boswell got tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a safety, which gave Warsaw 2 points. Now, what's been cool to see, and I talked about it the first half, is that I really wanted to see Boswell be able to link up with his receivers. He has found his receiver in Alex Santucci. 2 huge receptions for Santucci, the second one resulting in a touchdown. So extra point was missed, which brings the score to 6-2. Right now the Tigers are within the red zone, and they're just punching it up the nose. Right now, Steve Bob is out for a scramble, pass deflected, and it's fourth down in the red zone again. I've seen that a lot throughout the evening. A lot of fourth downs in red zones. No one's really kicking. They're kind of going for it. So kind of resulting in this low-scoring game.
I think we should hold them, though, on the fourth. So this is fourth deep in Chesterton territory?
Correct. This is, I'd say, fourth and about 11. Sorry. Tigers have a chance to score and take the lead here. It's looking like they're actually, for the first time, I'm seeing their kicking unit out. So we'll see if they score this field goal, bringing the score then 5-6 with 4:50 left in the fourth.
Really? They're going for 3, huh?
They're going for 3, which still puts them down by 1. In my opinion, I'd say go for it. The kick is good. Fine. So score right now is 6-5 with 4:45 left to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, we've got a baseball score here going on, Russell. We appreciate the update. Give us a call here as this game starts to wind down.
Now that's what you call confidence in your defense.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, thank you, Russ. All right, we're going to go from Russell Broadacre to Casey DeMoss with an update from Northwood at Portage. Casey, what's going on in Portage?
Hey guys, the score here now is 35-7 at halftime. Portage finally got on the board with a 28-yard touchdown pass to Jaden Roberts, but the offense of Northwood just too much. It seems like tonight for Portage. They're too much.
So Casey, do you see any glimmer of hope for Portage to show some fight here?
Well, after they got that touchdown, it seemed like the defense got a little fired up and. They were going to get something going, but right after that, they got the ball, turned it over, and then Northwood got it and just took it right down and scored again on them. So kind of looked like a little bit there for a second, but it just doesn't seem like they got enough tonight for Northwood.
All righty, that sounds good. One more time, Casey, what is the update on that game and the time?
It's 35-7 Northwood, and it is at halftime. And I got one more score, too, guys, for you before I got a call from West Central, Lake Station game. West Central's up in that game 52-0. 52-0.
West Central's up. Wow, so we got a little bit lopsided there.
Yeah, it's lopsided there. And I like to say, too, Josiah Rodriguez has 2 touchdowns, and that was my dad's nephew's son.
Oh, there you go.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I want to give him a little shout-out tonight
I love
for
it.
that.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Casey. We appreciate the update, and we'll hear more from you when the next quarter's over.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All righty. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on Game Night. This is presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
Lakeshore Public Media's brand new radio antenna has been installed, and we could use your help to learn how the signal is performing in your neck of the woods. Please take a moment and visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to let us know.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have a lot of exciting games to keep track of here tonight, so let's see what's going on here tonight in this Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Starting off with Warsaw and Chesterton at the half. This game was scoreless, but here in the fourth quarter, it's 6-5 Chesterton. This one's going to be one to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the night. Chicago Taft at Crown Point. In the second quarter, Crown Point has a 42-0 lead. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. At the half, Providence Catholic has a 21-14 lead. Amarian Brooks and Xavier Williams with the 2 touchdowns for the Indians. Northwood at Portage. Second quarter was the last update, 21-0 Northwood. Hobart at Maryville. At the half, Maryville's up 24-6 over the Brickies. Jaquarius Johnson, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. At the last update was at the half. 14-all was the score. The scores for the Wolves tonight, Tyler Bush, 15-yard touchdown pass to Ben Martin, and Jaden Hart with a 1-yard touchdown run. LaPorte at Lowell at the half is all tied up at 7 apiece. The scores for the Slicers was on an 11-yard touchdown pass from Aiden Penzel to Keegan Kenkel, and for Lowell, Cameron Cargo, a 17-yard touchdown pass to Zach Shamke. In the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. This one's all Valpo in this one at the half. It's 42-12 Vikings. Morton at Hanover Central at the half. This one is a 14-0 lead for the Wildcats. Matt Coons with a pair of touchdowns on the ground tonight. Wheeler at KV at the half. Wheeler has a 14-12 lead over the Cougars. This week's beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. In the second quarter, Griffith has a 14-13 lead. Jackson Lawson with a pair of touchdowns on the ground tonight for the Panthers. Highland at Whiting in the second quarter. This one is all Highland. It's 39-0 Trojans. Blake Vanek with 4 touchdowns accounted for tonight. River Forest at Calumet. Second quarter was last update. It's 26-0 in favor of River Forest. Aiden Silver with 2 touchdowns tonight for the Ingots. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay in the third quarter. Boone Grove has a 32-6 lead. Lake Station at West Central. West Central has a 52-0 lead over the Eagles. And Rensselaer at North Newton, 50-0 Rensselaer at the half. Diego Hernandez-Reyes with 4 rushing touchdowns. We got a lot of exciting games here to keep track of in the second half of action. You're not going to want to miss a beat. Ben and Joe, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Joe Arredondo. We still have full phone lines. We're going to move right to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Griffith and Munster. That is our beef of the week. Ryan, what's going on in Munster?
All right, so at about the 7-minute mark, huge 25-yard run by number 25, junior Maxwell Kolodzinski, set it up nicely for a 1-yard rushing touchdown by what appears to be the number 1 option for Munster, number 6, senior Daniel Askedam, scores the rushing touchdown, extra point, no good. Munster leads 19-14 with another touchdown by take a guess. Let's quick a guess.
Who do we got?
Jackson Lawson.
Yes, it is.
For a third one of the game.
Wow.
Rushing touchdown. Griffith now leads 20-19, and they are going for the extra point. And quarterback Colton Strazo, number 3, definitely become a little bit more diverse with his options. You know, he's not afraid to go back and pass the ball, whereas last week Griffith was mainly just a running team. But they seem a little bit, I would say, even a little bit more balanced as well. He's hitting a couple more targets, but when it comes time to score, Lawson is definitely the option.
You know, this was a rivalry that we talked about off the air with Coach Radke and Coach Marsh, but then it went away for a while due to Griffith leaving the conference. But this was a tremendous rivalry game, and it sounds like it's a great one again tonight after Munster upset Griffith last year.
I agree. You know, both teams really want this. You know, Coach Mason, he wants to get that first victory, especially a first home victory, before eventually you start getting into conference play later on in the year, which I would guess Griffith would probably be one of the favorites in the Greater South Shore. But as I mentioned earlier on in the night, Munster's really looking to get this win. Who knows how they're going to fare up against Andrean, Lowell, Hobart, Hanover even, who seems to be emerging as one of the top teams in the NCC. And who knows how they're going to do, so they need to get those wins early on.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one that I could definitely tell Munster wants to get.
Yeah, Munster's got East Chicago still on their schedule, but, they play a very difficult schedule for them, and adding Hanover is a difficult add to your schedule.
Oh, I agree. And like I said, it's just you need to get these non-conference wins early on and control the controllables. Beat the teams that that you can beat, that you can compete with.
All right, Ryan, one more time. We've seen a little bit of action on this phone call. What is the score and the time update, please?
With 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the third quarter, the Griffith Panthers lead at the Boneyard 20-19 over the visiting Munster Mustangs. Munster ball with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the third.
All right, thank you, Ryan. That's Ryan Sosnowski with an update on the beef of the week, Griffith at Munster. We're going to move from one Ryan to another Ryan. We've got Ryan Welsh with an update from Chicago Taft at Crown Point. Crown Point up big right now. Ryan, how big at this point?
Hey, guys. Yeah, the first half just ended, and it's currently 49-0 CP lead.
49 is an awfully large number here, and we're obviously going to see a running clock in the second half, but have they even really put up any, has Chicago Taft really put up any fight against Crown Point, Ryan?
Not so far in this game. It's been completely one-sided. They're struggling getting yards, let alone a first down.
Ryan, let's get down to the important things. Are you a student at Crown Point?
Yes, I am.
What year are you?
I'm a junior.
Did you get a gift this week that you normally wouldn't get in August? Getting out of school a little?
Yes, I did.
You want to confess what happened? Were you guys out Wednesday afternoon or Thursday all day?
Yeah, it was more like Thursday. It was a fun time.
So what does a junior do in August on a day off from school?
Just try not to get in trouble, I'd say.
Hey, Ryan, this is Ben Kolodzinski here. I'm a little confused as to what's going on. Are we condoning playing hooky from school on this program? What's going on?
They were off due to the heat.
They had the heat day.
Yeah, the heat day. They were off due to the heat.
Did you go to the water park, Ryan? What do you do in a situation like that?
Well, I actually worked at a water park, so I get in for free. I'll have you know, yes, I did.
There you go.
See, I knew it. If I was a teenager, that's what I would do. So,
all right.
So, it seems like you've had an exciting week. You get an easy day off early in the week, and you get to see an excellent Crown Point football game.
When it's a snow day and you get off school, you either got to shovel,
right,
or snow blow, or stay in the house because you're going to freeze. But how often did you get a heat day where you could actually do something?
I've never once had a heat day in my life. I would love to have. I'd prefer heat days over snow days. So
I agree.
Well, Ryan, it seems like things are heating up there in Crown Point as well. What do you think is going to happen in the second half? Do you think we're going to empty the benches a little bit and see some of the backups play?
Absolutely. That's what I expect to see. I mean, there's really no chance for Taft, in my opinion. So some underclassmen are definitely going to get some minutes here.
It's a big night over there at Crown Point, Ryan. Coach Bazia battled leukemia while he was coaching at home with Flossmoor, and every picture that I've seen of everyone at the Crown Point game tonight has an orange T-shirt on. They are trying to raise money to fight leukemia tonight. What kind of spirit are they showing tonight over there with regard to that?
I mean, it's super heartwarming, really. You see everyone from, little kids to, elderly in these orange shirts to support a great cause. And, it's just awesome to see everyone support it.
Yeah, I know the student section all had orange T-shirts on, and so did the adults, and great cause. Great cause.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. We're going to get back to you. Give us a call here when we are approaching the end of the quarters, and we'll go from there.
All righty.
All right. Sorry I busted you out on that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good thing. It's an exciting circumstance here. All right, so I don't see it in my list here, but I do believe that we have an update from Russell Broadacre from the...
looks like the scoreboard went out. It looks like scoreboard went out at Chesterton.
All right, so I'm getting
they have no idea how much time's left, Ben, at Chesterton.
Okay. I'm getting a sign for break, which is 5 minutes prior to what we had originally planned, so we're going to go ahead and take a break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
Lakeshore Public Media's brand new radio antenna has been installed, and we could use your help to learn how the signal is performing in your neck of the woods. Please take a moment and visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to let us know.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We got a lot of exciting games going on here around the region, so let's see what's going on here in the second half of the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Starting off with Warsaw at Chesterton. This one is a good one in the fourth. Chesterton has a 6-5 lead. Chicago Taft at Crown Point at the half. Crown Point has a 49-0 lead. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. Last update was a halftime score of 21-14 Providence Catholic. Northwood at Portage, it was 21-0 Northridge in the second half. Hobart at Maryville at the half. Maryville has a 24-6 lead over the Brickies. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. Michigan City just reclaimed the lead here in the third quarter, 21-20 over the Broncos in the third quarter. LaPorte at Lowell. Lowell has opened up a touchdown lead here in the third quarter, 14-7 the Red Devils lead. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. At the half, it's 41-12 Valpo. Morton at Hanover Central at the half. Hanover has a 14-0 lead over the Governors. Wheeler at KV at the half. The Bearcats have a 14-12 lead over the Cougars. This week's beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. Munster has a 19-14 lead in the third quarter. Highland at Whiting. At the halftime break, it's 46-0 Whiting, or Highland over Whiting. River Forest at Calumet. Second quarter update, 26-0. The Ingots lead the Warriors. Boone Grove's up at South Bend Clay tonight, 39-6. West Central's up over Lake Station, 52-0, and Rensselaer over North Newton, 50-0. A lot of entertaining games keeping up tonight. Ben and Joe, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Ben Kolodzinski here with Joe Arredondo. The action just keeps coming, and we've been talking back and forth all night about the beef of the week, and we've got Ryan Sosnowski on line one with the beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. Ryan, what is going on in Griffith?
Well, Munster just came back, and he's like, hey, can I get some seconds on that beef, please? Because basically what set this up here was a number 6, Daniel Askedam, went up for seconds, another 1-yard rushing touchdown, and then, which then brought the score to 24-20 Munster, and then the 2-point conversion from quarterback number 9, Matt Opatz, to number 4, Anthony Collins is good. Munster has a 27-20 lead with 1 minute and 8 seconds and counting left in the third quarter. Griffith ball.
All right, Ryan.
That one's got a long way to go.
Yes, it does. You may be working some overtime now because we've only got an hour and 20 minutes left on the show, and you're going to still be out there, I think.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you, this is the gift that keeps on giving. All you could ask, for all the listeners, all you could ask even is just to be at a close, exciting game.
Right.
Yeah. And the more scores, the better. And, I mean, this fits the bill. 27-20 with 35 seconds and counting left. Fourth down for Griffith here. And it's just a very competitive game. Both teams want this win. And that's all you could ask for. So it's enjoyable. And, obviously, the weather, too. It's beautiful out.
All righty. Well, thank you much, Ryan. We appreciate it. One more time, score and time update.
Munster leads 27-20 at Griffith with about 11 seconds left to go in the third.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the update. Give us a call when this thing starts to wind down.
Yep, we'll do.
All right. We're going to go from Ryan Sosnowski to Russell Brodacre. Russell, there's been some excitement in your game or some confusion. I'm not sure which it is. Russell, what's going on at Chesterton?
So right now, Warsaw just broke out of their timeout. I have no clue how much time is left. The scoreboard is down. The play clock is down. The press box is down. I am going off ref hand signals right now. So I don't know how much time is left. But it is 4th and 1 on the 22. Warsaw is going for a field goal. If they
really,
it'll put them in the lead. We'll see. Second snap is good. Kick is up. Right down the middle. Warsaw's taking the lead. I believe that puts them at 8-6. That might be the game.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know because there's no time shown right now.
So Russell,
going off the sideline.
Give us a little bit of update. So, do we know what's going on? There's obviously some sort of electrical disturbance. The lights are flickering. The press box is down. The scoreboard. Do you have any idea what's going on there?
No one said anything. I really don't have an idea. It would just be a guess. But all I can see is the aftermath of it. I mean, some of the home crowd stands are dark, so but the field itself is lit up well. Again, like I said, there's no play clock. There's no scoreboard whatsoever, so the quarterbacks have been having to go off the backfield rep of just, putting up a hand signal for 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds when they're getting down to that time to snap the ball. And then everything else, I mean, the press box is just having to look for the refs to start the clock, stop the clock, and we're just going off of basically body language for the most part. Like, I just thought the game was over the way that Warsaw just celebrated, but it looks like there's still a little bit more time. Chesterton is about to get the ball left. They're only trailing by 2, so a field goal for them puts them back in the lead to clinch the win. Last I knew, there was about 3 minutes left of the fourth quarter. So we're significantly past that. I'd say there's maybe a minute 50 at most. So it's really interesting to see what Chesterton's going to be doing here.
All right,
That's
Russell.
some great coaching by
Yeah,
Warsaw to
it
know
is.
your team, know your field goal kicker. Going for it with 4 minutes to go with a field goal, then coming back thinking you're going to get another opportunity to win the game with a field goal.
They really put their faith in their defense, and honestly, it paid off. Their defense has been stout, holding them down. They only allowed 2 first downs, but then they held them to a 3-and-out, forced them to punt, and they just converted that. Their quarterback, Quentin Brock, has honestly been moving the ball really well with his read option. He's got a running back he likes to go to, but the biggest games that I've seen out of Warsaw is when Brock keeps it, runs it out.
All right, Russell, do us a favor. Give us a call back when this thing goes final, or if Chesterton starts to threaten here with some unknown amount of time left on the clock.
Roger that, gentlemen.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broddick here with a very confusing end of the Warsaw and Chesterton game. Technology is failing Chesterton Trojans right now, but we will see how that one goes. We're going to go from Russell Broddick here to Ethan Silver with an update on River Forest at Calumet. Ethan, what's going on out there?
River Forest is still up 26, Calumet 0, but the second half, Calumet's kind of actually looking like a whole different team.
Okay.
The whole first half, they were tackling high, so like all the skilled players on the River Forest side, they're like easily able to break the tackles. But so far in the second half, they really changed their tackling techniques.
So they're a little bit fired up, but they're not scoring many points. How much time is left again on this one, Ethan?
There's 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the third quarter.
So there's a little bit of time left, and they're 4 scores down, so it's going to be hard for them to come back. But it's good to show good to see that they're showing a little bit of fight.
Yeah, they actually caused River Forest first drive without a touchdown this half.
Well, good for them. That's showing that they're not giving up, and that's a good thing. So do me a favor, Ethan, one more time. What is the score here?
River Forest 26, Calumet 0, with 2 minutes and 5 seconds left in the third quarter.
And
River Forest ball on the 30 going in. Oh, actually, Caleb Short just ran it off a sweep for the touchdown.
So a touchdown for River Forest.
Yeah, now the score is now 32 River Forest, Calumet 0 with the extra point pending.
So 32-0 River Forest over Calumet. So Ethan, what happened on that play?
There was Caleb Short. They put Short in motion and hit him on a jet sweep to the left side. He rushed for about 32 up the sideline.
Calumet did score 8 points last week, but it's been a struggle offensively for them so far this season. And defensively, as you said, they had a better start in the second half, but now a big play gets them.
Yeah, and River Forest running back, I don't know if he's down, but he just went out with the play before one thing, so he might be done for the game.
All right, thank you much, Ethan. One more time, what is the score and time of this game?
The extra point was good, so River Forest is 33, Calumet 0 with 1 minute and 39 left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much. That's Ethan Silver with an update from River Forest and Calumet. We're going to go from Ethan Silver. We are going to go to Dave Melton with an update of Providence at Lake Central. Dave, what's going on in Lake Central?
We are back to a one-score game as we are early in the fourth quarter. It is Providence Catholic 28, Lake Central 21. Each team has had one drive to start the second half. Providence Catholic took about 8 minutes off the clock. They scored. Lake Central got the ball back. Took about 5 minutes off the clock, and they scored. Xavier Williams doing the honors on a 1-yard touchdown run. It was a 75-yard drive for Lake Central, really their longest sustained possession of the game. And in a even bigger development, the Lake Central defense just forced a 3-and-out for Providence Catholic and made the Celtics punt the ball to Lake Central. So with 10:31 to go in the fourth quarter, Lake Central was down 28-21, but they're about to start a drive, 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
Did you see or notice any halftime adjustments offensively for LC for them to be able to have a nice drive to start the third quarter?
They just seem extra committed to the run game. They've been doing that pretty much all game. Only one or two pass attempts from quarterback Chase Kwiatkowski. He did take off on a scramble for one and picked up 15 yards on a big first down, but it seems like their commitment to the run game has started to pay off on their last drive, and we'll see what happens on this one.
Seems like the offensive line then maybe got things going, maybe some halftime adjustments blocking-wise have been able to get them a sustained drive. This is going to be an important drive now. If they can tie the ball game up midway through the third quarter. This was an overtime game last year, a heartbreaker. You know, you look at Lake Central's schedule, the Duneland is coming up with games against Maryville, Valpo, and Crown Point. These are games that determine, you know, what kind of record you have for the entire season.
Absolutely, and a pretty good non-conference opponent, because I don't imagine, I didn't know much about Providence Catholic with them being from Illinois, but they were the Class 4A state runner-up in Illinois last year, so a pretty good program here, and Lake Central's hanging with them and just picked up a first down, so they were certainly within scoring or within striking distance of it being a one-score game as we tick under 9:45 to go here.
All right, Dave, thank you. We appreciate the update and hope to hear more from you as this game continues.
Will do.
All right, thank you much. That was Dave Melton with an update from Providence and Lake Central in St. John, Indiana. We're going to go from there. We're going to go to the Sacred Dunes game of the week. We've got Gary Graben with Valpo at Andran. Gary, what's going on in Andran?
Well, just as you came to me here, a quarterback sneak for Valpo from a yard out. A touchdown here, moving the score to 47-12. It's really the first action we've had in the second half of note here. Andran actually has gone more to a running game here this half with not a whole lot of success. Valpo, again, was able to move down the field, culminating in the quarterback sneak again here from Justin Clark with extra point pending. But again, this Valpo running game is just dominant.
Sure.
And there's just no way here that Andran's going to have the players to stop this kind of running game with this kind of size and the quickness that goes along with it. Very impressive.
All right, Gary.
Extra point is up and good. It's now 40. Sorry, here. Was there a flag or there's a whistle?
48, Andran.
Nope, there's not. It's 48-12. With 5:19 to go here in the third quarter.
Okay, so we're going to be in a running clock situation here right now.
Well, we are there right now.
Right. So what does Maryville, or not Maryville, what does Andran need to do to pull some sort of moral victory out of this game?
Well, I think this is where, again, you're getting looks with different players in different places, trying to maybe try a few different things that you wouldn't. Coach Marshall, I'm sure, is about done with his starters here, I would guess. So we're going to be able to move the game a little quicker with players on both teams that maybe haven't seen the field yet. I'm not sure, they know what Scott Valentine can do at Andran, so I don't think they necessarily have to leave him out there and expose him. He was injured last year for most of the season. Don't want to risk that. So I would expect to see some changes in personnel, maybe really try to get the running game going, because that's still, I think, eventually where this Andran team is going to be able to hang their hat.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You got to try to run the ball now and try to get some confidence. If Valpo's going to play more players, you got to try to run the ball.
Absolutely.
And build some confidence and get some reps for some guys to try to get them to sustain the run game a little. Going into
when you peek ahead, KV comes here to Father Eckert Field next week. And this KV team is a little low on numbers, so maybe 35 guys. So it's going to be a fair fight, as Ben referenced in the pregame. So trying to get things going, realizing, again, you're playing a team that lifted hardware in a 5A state championship last year. So what was going to happen is still unusual, although I think Andran is about to run this kickoff. Back, a 90-yard kick return for Andran. So they get at least a special teams play. I believe it was Jones. I'm at the opposite end zone, so I have to be honest. I did not see him that well as he went into the darkness. But a 90-yard kickoff return here. Again, for our listeners, that does not change the running clock. Once the running clock starts, it stays, even though now we're going to be back under 35 points.
Okay. Well, all right, Gary, we appreciate it. One more time, what is that time and score of this game?
We are now at 48-18, with the clock still moving as we get ready for the extra point. Down under 4:30 to go in the third quarter.
All right. Thank you, Gary. That was Gary Graben with an update from the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. That is Valparaiso at Andrean. Valparaiso firmly in hand. We'll move on here to line one with Al Rodriguez with an update from Morton at Hanover. Al, what's going on out there?
Al?
Al, are you there?
I think we might have
lost Al Rodriguez there, so we'll move on to Ryan Sosnowski before we take a break here. Ryan, what's going on?
I know that Hanover leads Morton 21-7, and give Al some kudos because he told us at halftime that Morton looked very good offensively, and they came out and scored to cut it to 14-7. Kuntz scored his third touchdown of the night for Hanover, and then Morton drove all the way down the field again, but turned it over on downs inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Morton being very competitive. They had the lead yardage-wise in the first half in that game.
Yeah, it's definitely a circumstance where you're seeing a lot of these battles back and forth, and that's what you like to see. These teams are finally getting that off-season rust taken care of and cleared up, and you're getting some excitement here on the bottom end. So, not sure. I think we have someone online. Do we have a caller online?
Ryan Sosnowski, is he on the line?
According to my spreadsheet, we've got Ryan Sosnowski on line 3. On line 1. Okay, I apologize there. So we're going to go ahead to go back to Ryan Sosnowski at Munster at Griffith. That is our beef of the week. Ryan, what's going on out there?
All right, at the 9.5-minute mark, number 6 for Munster, Daniel Askedam breaks a couple tackles for a 42-yard run. And the extra point is good. Munster leads 34-20 with 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Number 4 for Griffith, Jackson Lawson had a 40-yard run. So now the ball is on the 11-yard line. Griffith has the ball. The ball is on the 11-yard line, and they're going for a score.
So Ryan, seems like Munster's got all of the momentum in our beef of the week here. What does Griffith need to do to maybe chew back into this lead?
Well, I would be curious to see if Griffith will, which team will wear down first. You're in week 2.
Right.
Both teams are really rushing the ball a lot. I'm just curious to see, will any team start to wear down like Highland started to wear down a little bit at the end of the game with Griffith last week? So that's one of the keys I'll look for, and then it's just if he can contain the run. Like I said, the main targets here is Lawson, the running back Lawson and Askedam. And it looks like just now, number 44 for Griffith, Aiden Farr, had a nice 11-yard touchdown, receiving touchdown there.
Oh, wow.
So now the score's Munster leads 34-26, and Griffith will be going for the extra point.
All right, Ryan, here's what we're going to go ahead and do. We're up against a time crunch here, so we're going to let you go. So one more time, what is that score and update here?
Munster leads 34-26. Griffith is going for the extra point now with 8 minutes and 39 seconds to go in the fourth. And the extra point is good, so correction. Munster now leads 34-27 with 8 minutes and 39 seconds to go in the fourth.
All right, thank you, Ryan. We appreciate the update.
Ryan's had some good games.
No
yes,
problem.
he has. He's been getting lucky here. So with that being said, we're at the top of the hour. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have a couple finals rolling in here to the Game Night studio, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting off with Warsaw at Chesterton. This one has gone final. Warsaw's a winner tonight, 8-6 on a last-second field goal. The lone score for the Trojans was a 16-yard touchdown pass from Sebastian Boswell to Alex Santucci. Chicago Taft at Crown Point. At the half, Crown Point is up 49-0. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. This one is a 28-21 ball game. This one's going to be fun to keep track of throughout the rest of the night. Northwood at Portage in the third quarter. Northwood has opened up a 42-7 lead over Portage. Hobart and Maryville in the third quarter. Maryville is up in this one 31-6. Jaquarius Johnson with a couple touchdowns tonight on the ground. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. At the end of the third quarter, Lafayette Jeff has a 23-21 lead. That one's going to be fun also to keep track of throughout the rest of the night. LaPorte at Lowell. At the end of the third quarter, Lowell has opened up a 26-7 lead. Their second half scores, two of them were by Colton Scott on the ground, and Caden Thompson ran one in from 4 yards out. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. This one is all Valpo. Fourth quarter, it's 48-19 Vikings. Morton at Hanover Central. It's 21-7 Hanover Central in the third quarter. Matt Kuntz has accounted for all three touchdowns tonight for the Wildcats, and all three of them have been on the ground. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley at the half. Wheeler has a 14-12 lead. In the beef of the week this week, Munster at Griffith. You just heard this update before the break. Munster has a 34-27 lead. This one's going to be worth keeping an eye on the rest of the night. Highland at Whiting. Last update was in the second quarter, and Highland is up 46-0. Blake Vanek with 4 touchdowns tonight for the Trojans. River Forest at Calumet. At the end of the third quarter, River Forest has a 33-0 lead. Aiden Silver with a pair of touchdowns tonight for the Ingots. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay. This one's gone final. Boone Grove is a winner tonight, 53-6. This extends the losing streak for South Bend Clay to 30 games. Last update for Lake Station at West Central was 52-0 West Central. And Rensselaer at North Newton in the third quarter, it's 53-0 Rensselaer. Diego Hernandez-Reyes with 4 touchdowns on the ground. We got a couple games that are going to be coming down to the wire here. It's worth keeping an eye on. It's worth keeping on the show here on your radio or on Facebook. You're not going to want to miss a beat.
Lakeshore Public Media's brand new radio antenna has been installed, and we could use your help to learn how the signal is performing in your neck of the woods. Please take a moment and visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to let us know.
As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
Special Agent Joe Wallace led the investigation into the death of 17-year-old football star Billy Joe Johnson.
I will always remember that case.
What we shared with him makes him question how the case turned out.
If somebody had told me that, and when they said, hey, we need to reopen this case, we need to look at this.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM.
If you've been online lately, you may be familiar with all the new girl trends. We've got hot girl walks, girl dinner, rat girl summer. But what about the vanilla girl?
Vanilla girl for me is one I'm like, everything is literally white. To me, it's a sunken place aesthetic.
We're talking beauty trends. Next time on the It's Been a Minute podcast from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
If every interviewer was as insightful as Jesse Thorne, I would only listen to interviews.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, David Byrne, the former frontman of the Talking Heads, talks with me about returning to live performance and about whether or not he knows how to do the hustle. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
I'm Jay Ellison. Join us for more true personal stories told live on stage. No scripts, no notes, no nothing. Each Moth Radio Hour is a mix of funny and heartbreaking tales that captivate and surprise and delight audiences around the world with their honesty and bravery and humor. That's the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, we are in the final stretch of game night tonight, which means these games are getting into their final stretch. We've got an update from Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Munster at Griffith with the beef of the week. Ryan, what's going on up there?
Not yet. He's not on yet.
He is not on yet, according to Andrew Johnson. So what has been really interesting about this game is that we have a bit of a comeback, so to speak. You know, it's kind of close, kind of back and forth.
Yeah,
and that's what you want to see from a game this time of year.
I think you've got both teams with pivotal games on their schedule. They both need a victory. They both have difficult schedules coming up. This was a game that Munster kind of shocked Griffith last year and won.
Right.
Obviously, Coach Mason at Griffith does not want to get off to an 0-2 start, and they're definitely looking down. They were down 14, but were able to score a few minutes ago. So a tremendous fourth quarter coming up, and we were talking about with Ryan before that he's had a couple of outstanding games to start the season.
How does a guy like that get so lucky? It's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, he's had a couple of outstanding, and sounded like outstanding food tonight as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win-win for Ryan there. So while we're trying to get a hold of Ryan, we're going to go back to Russell Broddick here with an update from Warsaw at Chesterton. This is the game where there has been mass confusion to end the game. So, Russell, what's going on in Chesterton? We have Russell on line 1. Russell, are you there? Russell, you there?
How you doing, gentlemen?
There we are. We had a little bit of we've had a little bit of technical difficulties here. Sorry about that. So
I'm starting to think it's me because it was happening at Chesterton Field, and now it's happening during my call. So who knows what's going on tonight?
Russell, what went down at the end there?
So at the end, Warsaw clinched with that field goal, and then it gave Chesterton, just an opportunity. They scored a first down. They beautiful pass by Bowles, put them probably near the 40, and then time ran out. So I'm going to say it was a hard-fought game through and through, and it really came down to, I think, preparation before the game, because everybody had their assignments, especially on Warsaw's side. Having McCormick's number just the entire night, like that was one of Trojan's biggest players to have, and they weren't really able to utilize them. However, they did utilize quite a few of the receivers. The passing game was outstanding for Trojans. Just a few incomplete passes where they definitely needed to convert. But outside of that, I don't think either side should be feeling bad about this game. It was fought tooth and nail. I mean, on a low-scoring game such as this, it just goes to show that, you know, every yard matters, every point matters.
Just a heartbreaking start to the season for Chesterton, losing by 3 last week, losing by 2 tonight, having the lead in the fourth quarter, a couple field goals beating you. It's just a difficult start to the season. Their defense has been outstanding. They just haven't been able to score enough points in the first 2 weeks of the season.
But they're still scoring points, and I think on a coach's side of things, like there's plenty to work with. It just comes down to buttoning it up. I'd rather have those issues the first 2-3 games of the season than the last 2 to 3 games.
Yeah.
So I think they're on track to having a really good season. Their defense was, I mean, on the 1 yard line, holding an offense that's known to just run it up the gut or to do an option to the outside, and to stop them on multiple occasions is just truly remarkable. So I think they have plenty to work with, and they're going to be a real force to reckon with in the DAC.
All right, Russell, thank you very much. You had a little bit of a confusing end of that game, but one final time, what was your final score for that game?
Okay, it was 8-6, Warsaw.
All right, thank you, Russell. We really appreciate all your updates today, and thank you for hanging on tight during all that confusion at the end of that game.
Of course, guys. You guys are doing a great job. I'm happy to be a part of it. Can't wait for next week.
You keep bringing it, and we're going to keep talking about it, so we appreciate it, Russell.
All right, gentlemen.
All right,
you enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well, sir. Thank you for your help today. All right, we're going to go from Russell Brodiker to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Munster at Griffith. Ryan, what's going on?
Down.
All right, Ryan, you there?
Yes.
All right, what's going on in your game here?
With about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, Daniel Askedon with another rushing touchdown, his third of the game. Extra point is good. Munster leads 41-27 with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
So, Ryan, it seems like Munster has taken this game over solidly. Is Griffith giving up, or is this more of a Munster taking over type scenario?
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't think it is in Griffith's DNA to give up on anything.
No, they didn't last week.
See. You know.
Yeah, that's a good call. They did not last week. They came back against Highland after it seemed like Highland had taken a commanding lead and were just going to roll. They did come back in that game last week. Well, I don't think a Phil Mason team is going to pack it in, or it's going to be.
As they just have a 25-yard reception on the pass here to put them at 30. Right. So I don't think they packed up their bags yet.
No, and I wouldn't think so. But you got to put that out there because these are kids after all. And Phil Mason is one of the best coaches in Northwest Indiana history. A soon-to-be Hall of Famer here in the college or the high school coaching ranks.
Coach.
Absolutely right. So he's going to get these guys straightened out. But it's a little bit of a rough start here for his tenure at Griffith.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's all about the journey. It's not about how you start; it's about how you finish. And I can tell you, second week watching Griffith, there have been improvements. Now they're a little bit more balanced, where they're passing the ball a little more. And I guarantee, when they get into conference play here, they'll start restoring the roar, as the motto is here.
Right. So we'll have to see, and if there's anyone cut out for that job, it's Coach Mason. So, all right, one more time. What is your score and time update, Ryan?
The score is Munster leads 41-27 with 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. We appreciate the updates. That was Ryan Sosnowski with our beef of the week. We're going to go from Ryan Sosnowski to Dr. Reed Amons with an update on Hobart at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, we just started the fourth quarter here at Demery Stadium in Maryville. Maryville does pick up a touchdown in the third quarter with Dante Pope running one in once again from about 19 yards out. The extra point was good. That put the Pirates ahead 31-6, and the defense was able to make a good stop on the last Hobart possession. Maryville's got the ball back, leading 31-6. They're about at the 50-yard line right now, and there's just over 10 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
So, Dr. Reed, are we seeing a heavy dose of the running game right now from the Pirates?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of running. Actually, we've had a chance also to see Jordan Sanders, sophomore quarterback for the Pirates. He's more of a thrower, I would say, than a runner at quarterback. So in the last possession before the one currently going right now, he threw the ball maybe 4 or 5 times on that possession, ran the ball a couple times as well. But it's been a lot more. It's been very much a run-heavy offense for the Pirates tonight. Between Dante Pope certainly has run the ball quite a bit, and Jacarius Johnson has run the ball quite a bit tonight too. So kind of a two-headed monster tonight for the Pirates, mostly on the ground. All of their touchdowns coming on the ground tonight, all 4 of those via the run tonight. So it's been a very good night for the Pirates offensively and defensively, as they lead 31-6 here with 9:47 to go in the fourth quarter.
Reed, has it been a surprise to you how good Maryville's played with all the underclassmen? And then I like the fact that they got the young quarterback on the field tonight, because he's one play away from having to play. And it wasn't a lopsided game by any stretch when they get him out there. But it's been almost an ideal first 2 weeks for Maryville.
Yeah, it really, you could not have drawn it up too much better. Really, the defense has played tremendously, holding opponents to about an average of 10 points a game here, yet your offense is scoring over 30 points a game. So clicking on all cylinders, both offensively and defensively. You can tell Coach Cease and the staff did a lot of, paying attention to detail. I know you guys were talking about Coach Marshall over at Valpo in the pregame on the field with Mr. Gary Graben, and how he was paying attention to detail. I think a lot of Northwest Indiana teams are doing that. Coach C certainly did that as well. A lot less penalties. There was one turnover on a muff punt, but other than that, pretty spotless on the turnover sheet as well for the Pirates. And so to be able to get out and get kids playing, get some nice comfortable wins and some good confidence for some young players heading into conference play. And they open up with a big rival. We keep talking about rivals every week, but a big rival in Crown Point next week at Crown Point, their first road game, first road test of the season. So next week's shaping up to be a very big game as well, but it's nice to get these players out there and get some confidence and some success. And certainly could not have asked for a better start, I don't think, for the Pirates.
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed, for the update. One more time, what is the score and time update?
Yeah, we have Maryville 31 and Hobart 6. There's exactly 9 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter, and Pirates are facing a 4th down and 14 from the Hobart 42-yard line. They're going to punt the ball back to the Brickies here, just under 9 minutes to go with a 25-point lead. All
right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Give us a call when this one goes final, would you please?
Yep, sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. Have a good one. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on from Dr. Reed Amons to Ryan Welsh with an update from Chicago Taft and Crown Point. Ryan, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys. Well, the game just ended, and right before it did, Taft got their first touchdown, and I guess I could say last touchdown of the night, on a 15-yard pass to the end zone. But the game ended, and it's 49-7, Bulldogs win.
Was this just Crown Point outclassing Chicago Taft?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, even the backups did a great job against Taft for sure, but the starters just put it away in the first half with 49 points for sure.
All right, thank you, Ryan. We appreciate the update. One more time, what was that final?
49-7, Crown Point win.
Thank you, Ryan. You did an excellent job today. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the season goes on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was Ryan Welsh with an update from Chicago Taft at Crown Point. We're going to go from there. We're going to go to our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Valparaiso at Andrea. We've got Gary Graben with an update. Gary, what's going on? All right, we're still trying to connect with Gary here, but until we do right now, Crown Point has looked awfully tough, Joe.
Well, I think it's going to be a tremendous matchup next week. You're going to have Maryville's defense, the strength of their team against, as you know, Scott Angel was telling us last week, the rebuilding Crown Point offensive line. It's the huge rivalry game, going to be the game of the week more than likely with Crown Point at Maryville. First road test for the Pirates.
Right. Yeah.
You know, again with an underclassmen team that is very talented and been very impressive in the first 2 weeks of the season. You know, and those two teams are going to be really, that familiarity breeds contempt. Like Dr. Reed said earlier, there is Maryville does not travel very far to go to almost all of their games. You know, everything's pretty much right there in Lake County. The occasional trip out to LaPorte County or Porter, but essentially, it's definitely an interesting circumstance for Maryville, and these two teams going head to head, two of the best teams in Northwest Indiana. I love it every year. Yeah, it's a great rivalry, but all the Duneland rivalries are pretty top notch. But I'm as I was at Question and Read there, I'm a little surprised by how impressive Maryville's been with the new quarterback in the first couple weeks of this season. Their defense has really been outstanding, and I think they're going to have to be outstanding if they're going to hold the Bulldogs next week. And speaking of outstanding, we've got Gary Graben, our most outstanding individual here out there on the field. Gary, we've got an update from our Sacred Dunes game of the week of Valparaiso at Andrean. Gary, how's it going out there?
We have gone final. I have to whisper here because I'm right by Coach. There was one last touchdown at the end, making the score. Hang on just a second.
Sure.
If you guys want to talk amongst yourself, I'm going to be grabbing him here in just a second.
Sounds good. Well, I think there's a little more pep in the step of our update man, I think, because the Cougars have taken the lead down on 10 over Wheeler. So I think that's one thing to point out. Michigan City is getting ready to have maybe a huge road win. They have extended their lead at Lafayette Jeff. Wow,
at Lafayette Jeff, and Lake Central was deep in Providence territory with a chance to tie the game and turned it over on downs. So that is a tough loss for LC. Well, absolutely. You know, it's been a tough loss for 2 years in a row for Lake Central, and that's really tough because there's a lot of talent here, and Lake Central plays hard. They play to the whistle. They do everything that you really want, and you like to see our Northwest Indiana teams win these types of games. But there's also lessons to be learned from these circumstances. Yeah, definitely. No one's had a tougher start to the season than Chesterton. Right. Maybe Portage, but they had a very difficult opponent tonight. Sure. Sure. And we got to get Al Rodriguez on the phone because Morton scored again down there at Hanover. Oh, they did. So they might be headed to a tremendous ending to that ball game with Morton and Hanover Central. Yeah, and as soon as Gary gets some on the field reports here with Valpo and Andran, we'll try to get him on the line because again, that's an exciting game that we did not see necessarily that one coming, but I don't know. I do remember. Maybe I called that one that could be a little bit closer than we thought, but I wasn't necessarily thinking it was going to be an upset. Yeah, I didn't know how close it would be, but Morgan actually maybe more impressive tonight because they didn't get all those turnovers against Hanover. Coach Marshall sounds a little happier with the performance tonight than maybe last week. Yeah, it sounds like it. All right.
I am going to turn you guys over to Coach Marshall, and then we have Justin here, and we have Matt here after that. So here's the victorious Coach Marshall tonight.
Hello. Hey, Coach. This is Ben Kolodzinski here. Congratulations on a strong victory against a state qualifying team in the Andrean 59ers.
Thank you so much.
So what went right today as opposed to what went wrong last week?
Well, I honestly think, we were one of maybe a few teams in the region that, we planned accordingly. We worked with our athletic department, and we were able to get outside and practice 4 days outdoors. I know a lot of teams had to resort to inside walkthroughs, limited time on the field, but we were able to prove and kind of show that if you do it smart, you do it intelligently, and you do it with the best interests of our players in mind, then that can lead to great things. And that's what having 4 days of preparation outside can do for us. And then on top of it, like you said, what went right versus what went wrong. we executed. Now, again, as I just told our team, we didn't execute on all cylinders. That's part of the game. Obviously giving up some big plays, special teams was an issue for us, and those are all corrections that we go back to the drawing board. But pleasantly pleased, I guess, if you will, in their effort today.
Coach, your offense has been really impressive to start the season, running the ball when you've needed to, even last week. Have you been impressed with their productivity so far this season?
You know what? Like I told our entire team, this team has the makings of something great, and it starts with our offensive line up front. Now, we still need to get over kind of our immaturity, and not in a humor sense, but just in a sense of sometimes we like to lean on guys who don't like to finish our blocks, and that's the part that we're challenging them in week in and week out, and they stepped their game up from last week, and we're looking forward to what next week will bring for that group and the unit with the tight ends.
Hey, Coach, one last question before we let you go. Gary said that you wanted to be referred to as the 0-1 Valpo Vikings here on this squad, and we understand that there's a bit of motivation involved with that. How did that help your team improve this week?
As I addressed to him, we were a losing team coming into tonight, and now we're a 500 team. Everything else is in the rear view. That's what we've been stressing with these guys, and their motto of stay hungry is everything else is done. It's over. It's finished. This is the 2023 season, and we had to climb a summit just to get a win tonight. But we're going to go ahead and not hit a false summit and think that our job is done. We got to climb the next peak ahead of us, and that's DAC football.
All right, Coach. Thank you much. Congratulations on a good victory. I hear you got a player for us too?
Yes, I believe he pulled Justin Clark and Matt Hofer.
All right, sounds good. All right, so who do we have here next?
This is Justin Clark.
Hey, Justin, how you doing? Congratulations on the big win. You guys,
Thank you.
You guys had a really good start offensively this year. It seems like there's a lot of confidence with the offensive line and your backs. So even last week, it seemed like you guys were really productive offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. We got big boys up front. We got Travis, obviously, running the ball like a maniac, and we got my two guys on the outside, Scotty and Julian, catching the ball and making plays. So I'm just able to facilitate through them, and it's been great so far.
When you practice, when you see where your improvement could come from on offense, where do you think you guys can get better and more productive?
Definitely passing the ball, which comes from me just working on knowing my reads and getting to them earlier and quicker and more confidently. But my receivers always catch the ball, so I just need to make sure that I can get there, and that will make us more productive.
Well, Justin, you're not just throwing the ball; you're also running the ball. You've been tremendous so far on the ground. What is that a testament to for your success on the offensive side?
The eyes in the skies. My coach and our film that he puts out for us, and just making sure I know all my reads before games and run reads, pass reads, and the O-line just moving guys to make way for me and Travis. So yeah.
All right, Justin. Thank you much for all the words here, and congratulations on a good victory. And I hear you've got another teammate here for us.
Yep, here's Matt Hofer.
Hey, this is Matt Hofer.
Hey, Matt Hofer. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, and your dad was my coach in high school.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I'm an old man. Tell him that Ben from the radio station says hi. But congratulations on a strong victory today. What does it mean for you to push forward and be successful in a game like this today?
Honestly, it means a lot. It's the first one of my senior year. It's obviously we didn't get the win we wanted last week, but just to come out here and I've had a lot of motivation this week playing for different people, and just to put it all together, knowing they're with me when I walk on this field, it's a great feeling.
Matt, is your role different this year? Do you have to be the leader of the offensive line and with motivation, with helping out your teammates? Has your role changed from last year to this year?
Not too much. Last year, I had the most experience coming in with the offensive line, so I was just trying to be the leader. But now, obviously, as a captain, I want to help lead the offense, and I want to help lead everybody, not just by yelling or whatever, but leading by example, doing like the little things on every play.
What went into this decision to commit to Toledo?
Honestly, for me, it was what I felt called by God. It was about 3 months of hard prayer, just asking where I'm best suited to fulfill my call for my life with Him. So when He called me to Toledo, I felt like that had the best place for me to succeed, not just on the field or academics, but with my faith. I met with a lot of faith people there. Their academics were exactly what I wanted, and obviously they're a great football program.
Yeah, they are.
Are you going to have an opportunity to play against your brother?
I will. They're on the same side of the conference, so next year they'll be at Western. In my sophomore year or redshirt freshman year, whatever it is, we'll be at Toledo. So no matter what, at least one game of my career, I'll be on the same field as my brother.
Well, congratulations, and that'll be exciting next year, but that's next year. We're worried about this year. So best of luck to you this year, and congratulations on a good victory.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hofer. Could you give us back to Gary Graben there, please?
Oh, absolutely. Have a great night.
Thank you. You as well.
They open with the Illini, Toledo.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Gary, you still there with us? Nope, we've lost Gary. So we're going to go ahead and try to clean up these phone lines we have. We have Al Rodriguez on line 3 with an update from Morton and Hanover. I guess we've lost Al Rodriguez as well. All right, so we've got Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Munster and Griffith. Munster is coming down to the wire there. So, Ryan, what's going on in Munster and Griffith? That is our beef of the week.
Man, all I could say is we have a final. Munster won 41-33. And have you ever guys just been at the dinner table and you're like, oh, I ate too much beef? And you're like, that's what I'm getting when you take that deep breath. That's what I'm going on right now. I mean, 41-33 is the final.
You sound bloated.
Jackson Lawson. I'm sorry?
You sound bloated.
Oh, man. The meat sweats all that. But Jackson Lawson gets a touchdown to bring the score up to 33 for Griffith. Extra point, no good. So Jackson Lawson has 4 touchdowns on the evening. And just a fun fact, I was looking at their records. Going into tonight, over the last 35 years, Griffith led the series 24-11. Well, now it's 24-12. But big night, great night for region football here. The Mustangs get the victory. 4 touchdowns for Jackson Lawson for Griffith. Daniel Askedam with 3 rushing touchdowns. Senior quarterback Matt Opat with a rushing touchdown. And Max Kolodzinski for Munster with the receiving touchdown.
Tremendous ball game.
Yes, absolutely.
Obviously Griffith, 0-2, but they have battled 2 weeks in a row. And their schedule's going to get a little less difficult probably down the road here, and they'll be able to gain some momentum and get better.
All right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree completely. And if I'm Coach Mason here, these are games I want to have, where it comes down to getting an onside kick, you're down a score. Just getting in that situation. Eventually, every squirrel finds a nut once in a while. So, hey, these, both games went down the wire. I'm sure they'll find it here soon.
Sounds
or
good,
in this case,
Ryan.
a beef stick.
Right, exactly. So, Ryan, excellent job tonight. One more time. What was your final?
Final from the Boneyard of Griffith. Munster wins 41-33.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate all your help.
Hey, no problem. Have a good one.
All right, thank you much. That was Ryan Sosnowski with an update from their Beef of the Week, Munster at Griffith. And we've got one more call before we take a quick break here. We've got Casey DeMoss with a Northwood at Portage update. Casey, what's going on in Portage?
All right, hey, guys, I got a final for you. 49-7, all Northwood. We had a running clock in the fourth quarter, and it was just too much Northwood tonight.
Yeah, Casey, unfortunately, that's not entirely surprising. Northwood is one of the best teams in the entire state of Indiana, let alone the northern half of Indiana. So what does Portage have to do to grow from this?
Well, they're a young team. Their quarterback's only a sophomore, so I think they got some promise there. Of course, they got the new coach in Roy Richards, so they're going to have to work on getting some speed because they were the speed just got them tonight and in the trenches, So it's just going to take some time for Richards to get the program back to where hopefully Portage was.
I think
the warpath.
I think you're right, Casey. I think you hit it right on the head. I think he said last week it might be a little time, an adjustment period for the players, and it might be some mental things that they have to overcome as well. Especially last week's game didn't help, and I think Roy's the right man for this. He's going to build those guys back up. He's going to instill some confidence in them. This was a very tough scheduled game tonight, having to take on Northwood, then head to the Duneland. That's a tough schedule for a new coach with new players. So I think you hit it right on the head, though. It's just going to take a little time. And Portage fans probably don't want to hear that because it's been a tough few years. But this is going to be a building process going on at Portage.
Oh, absolutely. And then one more thing I want to say tonight. I thought I would see JoJo Mabon run the ball a little bit more. I know he's goes out and, he's a receiver, but I know they can utilize him as a running back. But they kind of stuck to the air early on, and it kind of hurt them. And they, like I said, they started the game with an onside kick, gave Northwood great field position, and they went for it in their own territory on fourth down, turned the ball over. So some mistakes early on just kind of, set the tone for the game real early for Northwood.
Well, all right, Casey, we appreciate all of your help today. You've done an excellent job. You're making your dad proud. One more time, what was that final here tonight?
49-7 Northwood, and I also have a final for the West Central game. It's 58-10 West Central.
All right. Well, thank you. Just like the old man, giving us multiple score updates. So excellent job, Casey. We'll be hearing more from you as this season goes on.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks for your help today.
Yeah.
All right. So we are reaching a point of the night where I desperately need to catch my breath, and we're going to go ahead and take a break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
You might not think about it, but you probably listen to Lakeshore Public Radio for 10, 12, 14 hours every week or more. That's hundreds of hours each year. We hope you'll agree that time is worthy of your support. Whether you call 877-910-8989 or give online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. It only takes about 2 minutes to support a whole year of your favorite programs. So please, don't wait. Give now.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have a lot of final scores coming in here to the Game Night studios, so let's see how all the teams did around the region here tonight in Week 2 of the Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Starting off with Warsaw at Chesterton. Warsaw's a winner tonight, 8-6, after kicking a last-second field goal in the fourth quarter. The lone score for Chesterton was a 16-yard touchdown pass from Sebastian Boswell to Alex Santucci. Chicago Taft at Crown Point has gone final. Crown Point is a winner big tonight, 49-7. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. This one is still going on late in the game. It's 28-21 Providence Catholic at last update. Northwood at Portage. You just heard this update from Casey. It's a 49-7 victory for Northwood tonight. Hobart at Maryville. At the end of the third quarter, Maryville has a 31-6 lead. Jaquarius Johnson with 2 touchdowns tonight on the ground for the Pirates. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. This one has been back and forth. Interesting game to keep track of all night long. Fourth quarter in that one, Michigan City holds a 36-30 lead, and that's been a fun one, especially in the second half. LaPorte at Lowell. Lowell's a winner tonight, 26-7 over the Slicers, scoring 26 unanswered after LaPorte had a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. Valpo is a winner tonight over the 59ers, 48-19. Morton at Hanover Central in the fourth quarter. Hanover Central has a 24-14 lead. Most recent score was a 24-yard field goal by Emmy Doty. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley has gone final. KV has a huge second half to take down the Bearcats tonight, 33-14. Beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. Munster picks up their first victory of the season tonight, 41-33 over the Panthers. Highland at Whiting. Fourth quarter, Highland has a 46-7 lead. Blake Vanek has 4 touchdowns tonight for the Trojans, and the lone score for the Oilers was a Demetrio Lopez 4-yard touchdown run. River Forest at Calumet has gone final, and River Forest is a winner tonight, 33-0. 2 games into the season, River Forest is not allowed a point yet in this season. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay has gone final, and Boone Grove is a winner tonight, 53-6. You just heard this update from Casey also. West Central is a winner over Lake Station, 58-10, and Rensselaer Central is up over North Newton, 53-0. It's been a fun night of high school football action here in the region in Week 2. We'll be back to wrap things up after this break.
I'm Farai Chidea. This week on Our Body Politic, fires in Maui and the roots of climate change with Heat Map's Neil Danesha.
If you look around the country, the fingerprints of colonialism are evident throughout all kinds of climate disasters. I mean, in Hawaii, these plants were introduced on plantations.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy, heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From hippies in the 60s to computers in the 80s, Stewart Brand helped kickstart some of the biggest movements of the last century.
It's appetite, it's willingness to be ridiculous on the way to something you think might be interesting.
Stay hungry, stay foolish with Stewart Brand. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
What if we measured the success of our economy less in terms of profit and more in terms of care?
What if we tracked gains and losses not in dollars but in the quality of human lives? I'm Anne Strange-Champs.
And I'm Ray Suarez. Join us for a special series called Going for Broke. Episode 1, Change of Address, Insecure Housing, and the Rise of Homelessness.
Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
Lakeshore Public Media needs your help right now. Big or small, every contribution matters as we replace outdated equipment in our radio studio. This equipment is essential to our ability to bring you all of the programs you count on every day. Your donation today will keep public radio in Northwest Indiana strong, so please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and make your gift today.
And she said, Guria, you sound hungry. I think what you need to do is eat more on your fast. And I was like, that was an option? We could have been doing this?
Join us for more true stories told live. This week, stories where food is the star. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, we are back from break here. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. We are here with Joe Arredondo. And on hold, we have Reed Amons. Dr. Reed with a final from Hobart at Maryville. Dr. Reed, thanks for holding for us.
Yeah, no problem. Maryville and Hobart have gone final. Hobart gets the touchdown with 1:03 to go in the game. Quarterback Sorensen runs one in from 8 yards out. The 2-point conversion was no good. Hobart does try an onside kick that Maryville recovers, and Maryville is able to run out the rest of the clock. So 31-12 tonight. Pirates win over the Hobart Brickies, and looking forward to conference play next week at Crown Point to get things started for the Pirates.
And before we start talking about next week, let's talk about this week a little bit here. What did Maryville do right this week, and what do you think they can improve on going forward?
Yeah, they did clean up some of the penalties from week 1 and going into week 2 for sure, but they really dominated the line of scrimmage tonight. So give a lot of kudos to that offensive and defensive lines tonight for the Pirates. They were able to run the ball, all 4 touchdowns coming via the run. Then there was also the field goal as well. Kudos to the kicking game, and 3 for 3 on extra points and about a 28-yard field goal. But limited the number of mistakes, only 1 turnover, a lot less penalties, no interceptions, no fumbles on offensive possessions. So really using the clock well, controlling the ground game well. A couple of explosive plays on the ground. We know the 55-yard touchdown run, the 34-yard touchdown run, and so those were really good positives for the Pirates tonight.
I think they look great heading into their first huge test of the season against Crown Point. Crown Point was impressive last week. Not really much you can tell from their game tonight. But Maryville, I think, has surprised me a little bit by how far along they look offensively. And, their defense was supposed to be the strength of their team.
Right.
And their defense looks good, could get better even. So we'll see. Next week's going to be a tremendous ball game.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. And first road game for the Pirates next week. They travel to Crown Point, a big rival for them. And as we know, Crown Point goes undefeated through the conference season last year and the whole regular season last year. So they are the champions until someone can knock them off. And certainly, schools like Maryville and Valpo and those guys, they all know that the road goes through Crown Point for the DAC championship this year until proven otherwise. So certainly a big way to start your conference season with a road game at the defending champions, and I know that Coach Cease will have his team ready to do that.
So, Dr. Reed, what do you expect from this team next week against Crown Point?
I do expect them to be explosive offensively. They'll look to take advantage of their certainly some skill guys that have some good team speed. You get the ball out into the outside and make some open field plays. I think certainly. I think also they're going to look at get a lot of pressure on their quarterback and really control that line of scrimmage defensively, like they have really the first 2 weeks. of this season against Holbert and against Andran, so they will want to continue that. And certainly we know that Crown Point is typically big and strong and likes to push you around and not, kind of punch you in the face. And so Maryville's got to be ready for that, and they're going to have to certainly limit limit the number of turnovers and penalties, and take advantage when and if Crown Point does that on their side of the ball. So opportunistic, you have to play your best when you play against the best, and that's what I'm looking for next week for Maryville.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. You've been excellent tonight. Always one of the best in the business. One more time, what was your final?
Thanks, guys. Maryville 31, Holbert 12 at Demery Stadium in Maryville tonight. And thank you also, gentlemen, for all that you guys do. We can't get our kids out, get their names out onto the airways without what you guys do each and every week. We appreciate that. It's great for our schools and our communities, and we really appreciate everything that you guys do as well. So thanks to you, and off to another great start this season. I'm looking forward to the next 7+ weeks as well.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate those kind words, and looking forward to talking to you next week.
Sounds great, guys.
I think when you look at this game, Ben, that it looks like both teams' defenses are the strengths.
Right.
You got the Clark boys, tremendous linebacker core for Crown Point. You got Dellett in the back in the secondary. Maryville's front four is a strength of their team.
Right.
So who's going to be able to score offensively against the other team's outstanding defense is going to be big next week.
It sounds like an obvious statement, but whichever team scores the most points wins. But this is the situation where whichever team scores any points may be the team that wins, because these are two really tough defenses.
Yeah, they're two outstanding defenses, and Scott Angel said last week that Crown Point's weakness, if they had one, was their offensive line, because they lost so many offensive linemen. But they have the veteran quarterback,
right? Yeah,
who's not going to make silly mistakes. So, great matchup.
So for the last couple minutes here before we start saying our thank yous, I'm going to bring Steve into this as well, and I wanted to ask you, Joe, what was your surprise of the night?
Well, my surprise of the night, I'm going to start. There was a few, but I'm going to start with Michigan City going on the road and winning at Lafayette Jeff.
Oh yes,
especially you look at Warsaw's game last week and Warsaw's game tonight. They got a great defense,
right?
So they held. Michigan City led that game late in the fourth quarter last week, but their offense got on track tonight and scored 36+ points, held on with an interception at the end of the game. Right. I'm going to say Michigan City's win at Jeff probably was my surprise of the night, but there was a few of them. We didn't get a final. I don't know. Steve, did you have the final from Hanover?
Yeah, just one final, 24-14 Hanover.
Okay.
So that was a pretty close game for Hanover.
It was. And yard-wise, it was even closer. Morton gained a lot of yards. So I'm putting my vote in for Hanover at Highland for the beef of the week.
Oh, there you go. That could be a good one.
Next week with Koulianis being the former Hanover coach.
Right.
His team off to a great start. I want to mention another player, Nick Johnson. This early in the game, Nick Johnson's Highland's tremendous linebacker. He had a pick. He caught a pass. And then he forced a fumble. All of that was in the first quarter of the game.
Johnny Football there.
Yeah,
Johnny do everything, right?
And, Vanek threw for 200 yards. Highland is off to a great start. They're going to be home. They're going to have Hanover coming in. That should be a tremendous battle, next Friday night. You put that next to Crown Point Maryville, so there are some outstanding football games on tap next week.
Absolutely. I think Andrew was trying to get my attention about his surprise of the night. What did you have, Andrew?
As a Munster grad, Munster beating Griffith. I kind of expected Phil Mason to really have Griffith up, but the Mustangs were a very pleasing surprise tonight.
Absolutely. And Munster has been an improved program over the last couple of years, and it's good to see them kind of move in the right direction. Steve, what was your surprise of the night?
Well, my surprise of the night was going to be Munster. But I'll go to their neighbors in Highland. We kind of expected Highland to beat Whiting tonight, but just the sheer dominance that they showed. We knew they were going to be a pretty solid team offensively. We weren't really sure defensively what they were going to offer throughout the course of a full game. But tonight, 32 points in the first quarter, basically all Blake Vanek. The defense showed up, and a lone score late in the fourth quarter, probably against a couple backup guys, getting some starters off their feet. But, Highland Trojans, man, 46-7, 2-0 start to the season. They might be a team to watch out for this year.
Yeah, they're very impressive early in the season for sure. And with your folks and your substantive assessment of what's going on here, my surprise of the night is the solar flare, electrical disturbance, whatever it was at the Chesterton game, which caused the last few minutes to be played without working lights, without working play clocks, without a working scoreboard, and still ended up being a very exciting game down there.
Hats off to that officiating crew
that's
for
really
keeping
tough.
it going.
Yeah.
And real quick, I wanted to bookend on what Joe said. I mean, what a way to open up the first conference game for Hanover in the NCC, facing their old head coach.
Right.
I mean, that you couldn't think of a better way to do it.
I'm sure Highland's thinking the same thing. That it should be a tremendous matchup there.
Absolutely. So that's an excellent way to start to end this show. There's a look ahead. It's going to be another exciting week next week, and I can't wait for it. So I'm going to end this show by saying a little bit of thank yous here. I want to thank Purdue Federal Credit Union. I want to thank Sacred Dunes, Ivy Tech, NIPSCO, Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692. Our correspondents today were Russell Brodecker, Ryan Welsh, Dave Melton, Casey DeMoss, Reed Amons, Gary Graben, Al Rodriguez, Ryan Sosnowski, and Ethan Silver. Our crew tonight is Steve Schmidt, Andrew Johnson, Will Farlow, Joe Arredondo. Thank you all. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, and this is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you and good night.
And now, the Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here one final time for the Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Let's see how your favorite team did tonight in week 2 of the high school football season. Starting off, Warsaw at Chesterton. Warsaw uses a last-second field goal to take down Chesterton tonight. 8-6 was the final score. Chicago Taft on the road at Crown Point. Crown Point takes down Taft 49-7. Bulldogs start the season 2-0. Providence Catholic at Lake Central. Last update was in the third quarter, and Providence Catholic was up 28-21. Northwood at Portage. Northwood's a winner tonight, 49-7. Hobart at Maryville. Maryville takes down the Brickies tonight, 31-12. Jaquarius Johnson with 2 touchdowns on the ground tonight. The scores for the Brickies: Willie Shearer with a 4-yard touchdown run and Johnny Sorensen with a 8-yard touchdown run. Michigan City at Lafayette Jeff. This one was a fun one to keep track of, especially in the second half. Michigan City holds on to take down the Broncos tonight, 36-30. The game-winning score was on Olgie Collins' 73-yard touchdown run. LaPorte at Lowell. Lowell scores 26 unanswered points to take down the Slicers tonight, 26-7. Especially in the second half, Colton Scott had 2 touchdowns on the ground. Sacred Dunes game of the week, Valpo at Andrean. Valpo takes down the 59ers tonight, 48-19. Morton at Hanover Central. Hanover Central takes down the Governors tonight, 24-14. Matt Kuntz had 3 touchdowns on the ground for the Wildcats. Wheeler at Kankakee Valley, a big second half for the Cougars, takes them to a 33-14 victory over the Bearcats. Beef of the week, Munster at Griffith. Munster takes down the Panthers tonight, 41-33. Highland at Whiting. Highland is a winner tonight, 46-7. Blake Vanek had 4 touchdowns for the Trojans. The lone score for the Oilers was Demetrio Lopez's 4-yard touchdown run. River Forest at Calumet. River Forest shuts out the Warriors tonight, 33-0. First 2 games of the season this year for the Ingots, both have been shutouts. Boone Grove at South Bend Clay. Boone Grove is a winner tonight, 53-6. West Central takes down Lake Station, 58-10. South Central downs Culver Community, 44-12, or 44-22 rather. And Rensselaer takes down North Newton tonight, 53-0. What a night of high school football it has been in week 2. I know we're all looking forward to week 3, and we can't wait to see you next week here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell.